No microphone.
No microphones. Any technicians?
No microphone. Ah, c'est bon, c'est bon. So the topic of this morning, in the idea of the shock of reality, is a shock of transitions because they're quite essential in today's world. And we have this morning guests of high-quality guest, Alexandra Roulet, the representative of the Cercle des Économistes, will accompany me, and we'll set the stage of this round table. And we also have Christelle Agavan, who's the Director General of Orange, Paul Hudson, the Director General of Sanofi, and Annabelle Cruz, who is the Vice President of Uber for Europe, the Middle East, and Africa, Mathias Burga, Director General Delegate of Arbion, and Laurent Bataille right next to me, the President of Schneider Electric France. Thank you very much for being here with us, because this question of transition or transitions is really key for corporations today, and it's a shock. How do we absorb it? How do we mitigate that shock? Alexandra, thank you for this introduction. Yeah, we're lucky. This leads us to think of all the challenges when we think transition. We think about demographic transition with the aging of the population, ecological transition with climate warming, and we think of technological transition with the AI revolution. So we will think during this session how to face this transition, how innovation can help us. We have representatives of major corporations that will give us concrete examples of how it works in their companies. I will try to set a macro type of framing. It seems to me that to achieve this transition and succeed with this transition, it's quite difficult for two reasons. The first being that they're costly. It's something we took a little time to understand, but in the case of ecological transition, it was shown in a report showing that so for everybody moving to thermal vehicles, to electrical vehicles, housing rehabilitation, everything, this involved investments that are not necessarily subsidies. Part of it will be covered by the public. So in a budgetary context that makes things that's difficult, things are hard. So we saw in the context of France, there were cuts in France 2030, for example, the program that finances innovation, cuts in green investments. Some can be justified. There's a debate on that with the Prime Rénov', which is a scheme in France. And there's the budget that leads to the fact that we have to make choices, which are complicated. It's not specific to France, this problem. We remember Mario Draghi's report in last fall, who said exactly that at the level of Europe. Mario Draghi said that Europe has a problem with its productivity since the 2000s and even before. And in fact, if we don't make progress, if we don't really improve our productivity, Europe will have to make a choice between its ambitions. That can't finance its defense efforts, be a leader in the climate transition, and finance its social model. So there's a problem to reconcile all these positions. We see also how innovation is a lever that can enable us to succeed. Because what Mario Draghi says, among other things, is to succeed we have to renew with we have to go back to growth. Difficult, but it's obviously innovation is a driver of growth. So all policies that are in favor of growth and to back innovative companies will favor growth, and this will help us to finance all the transitions and avoid having to arbitrate between all. So that's the first point. Second point we will address in the second part of this session is this. Besides this question of financing and cost, how do we amortize, or how do we mitigate the situation? There are two examples that we're developing. We could take AI, and we could take the example of the yellow jackets. Concerning AI, clearly we have worries that are expressed in the public debate. The end of work, for example. No, I think it will be very beneficial to employment, this technological evolution. But it's like free trade, free trade is beneficial, but it doesn't mean that aren't losers, people that are negatively impacted. We saw in the election results, and the problem of the last decades is we haven't managed to really mitigate the shock. And we'll go back on that more in depth during this debate. And the second example, which is emblematic of how we can deal with this shock, is the Yellow Jackets. And this goes back to the question of innovation, what the Yellow Jackets told us, the learnings we have from this event. No, I'm jumping the gun here a little bit. I think we have a super panel, so we'll keep some of this information after. But I demand. Let's start with Orange to have an idea on how we apprehend innovation at large, innovations, because of course in the telecoms you're at the front line. Yes, it's true that when you manage telecom networks, doing that for decades in countries as diverse as France, but a lot of countries in Africa also, we see to what extent disseminating innovation, deploying infrastructure that will enable this dissemination has a genuine cost. It's billions of euros that need to be invested. We talk about climate change. It's true that we invest to reduce our energy consumption, be more efficient, and achieve our objectives, including the climate in our project. So it's a reality. There's a cost to that, and we work on that. We're working on that, and we're highly dependent of other sectors to that effect. Our networks are closely connected to energy, to the infrastructure. You need water, you need transport systems, logistics, and so on and so forth. So this topic of innovation, when you serve 300 million clients in the world, our concern, everyday concern, is to be as close as possible to the avant-garde of technology. Of course, we can talk about AI, we can talk about quantum computing, cybersecurity, and so on and so forth. But our permanent concern is how to make these technologies acceptable by the largest number. When you think of the largest number, it's obviously the millions of French citizens, but it's also to ensure that we leave nobody on the side, including on the African continent. But we see that the incredible progress in technology increases the gap between those who have and those who don't. There are technologies that have been deployed massively. The mobile phone, for example, we were the first to propose the mobile phone in France, so we had last century. But anyway, it's something that was massively adopted, but there are certain parts of the world where there's still no mobile coverage. So it's places where when you deploy, we bring the mobile solutions, we bring energy to the villages. So. But in the questions we raise today or address today, if we look, why is there a shock? It's because there is an acceleration of innovation and an interdisciplinarity of innovation. If we take the last Nobel Prize winner, Ms. AlphaFold and the Google Group, it's 4 years between the time the model is published and the Nobel Prize. So it's very short. We've never seen that, 4-year period in the story of science. It's very short, and it's teams that are computer specialists who have the Nobel Prize in chemistry in applications that will serve healthcare. So we see that the present shock is this field that we're feeling that we're losing control, and this fear that in the end, the future. Is innovation a synonym of progress for society? And how, finally, we can ensure that we have a form of control over what's happening? It's through the climate change scientists, the facts are there, and it's been there for years. But do we do what needs to be done? We know it's hard. So we are in this world where everything is gaining momentum, speeding up. And there's this problem of inclusion. And our role as Orange is to have this trust capital, maintain the trust of our clients, and be an actor that will foster the acceptance of technology. If we take AI, for example, it generates fears, replacing jobs and so on and so forth. So what do we do on that? Well, we work on adoption. We place the technology in the hands of the collaborators at Orange to test things, to See, no, our AI will not replace what a human being knows how to do, but we have to learn how to use the technology for its good side. No, not being naive, there are some real fears. We have to establish a dialogue, we have to have a social debate, but the worst would be just to let technology just follow its way and lose the control over this technology. So, but in fact, all technological revolutions, this was well said, there is this challenge of um, talking to the people will not necessarily be in progress. People have fear, but this is a social debate. But when you serve millions of clients, your Orange, for example, and everyday people place their trust in you for their communication purposes, more and more clients, well, you have this problem of cybersecurity, everything's connected. There's a cost for cybersecurity, so we invest a lot to protect our infrastructure, protect our clients, but it's also an opportunity. Because for us, it's new fields of activity in which we are developing along with all other corporations and clients all the world over. So in the pharmaceutical industry, laboratories and research, Paul Hudson, it's a certain it's a sector in the front line where competition is really harsh. Do we have the time to be concerned with any accompanying change, but aren't you just focused on innovation to the full extent? So give us concrete examples on that.
Just touch on some of the things that have already been said so elegantly as well by everybody. The word shock is an interesting word. It's a shock in Europe.
Yeah.
It's not a shock in the US or in China. In China and the US, everybody is moving full speed to take advantage of the new industrial revolution. In Europe, the problem is the availability of new tools comes at such a pace at the same time as Europe is declining and losing its innovation strategic imperative, which makes the shock more than it's ever been. We know that over the last several hundred years, when different industrial revolutions have happened, like now we have with AI, people had 1, 2, even 3 generations to get used to new technology. Could be the printing press, could even be mobile phone, it could be whatever, but people had time and to evolve. The problem with this shock is that innovation is coming in a single generation. So nobody is really able to adapt at the speed that they thought they might be able to. And we know for certain, and what we say in Sanofi routinely is we say to people, don't forget that human plus AI beats human without AI. So people ask me all the time, are we going to lose jobs and what have you? Well, no, first what we're going to do, to the point of earlier, we're going to increase productivity. That is the absolute goal. We can't cut enough cost to create value in healthcare. We can make people much more powerful in terms of delivering innovation. I have the great privilege of chairing a CEO roundtable with Bill Gates, and Bill and I became quite close over the years on this thing, and he would often give me little words of wisdom. And he said to me recently, Paul, you have to remember that the last 100 years of innovation, the last 100 years, the equivalent of it will happen in the next 5 years. So everything invented over the last 100 years, the scale of that will come in the next 5. In fact, that only 1% of anything that will ever be invented has been invented. 1%. And you think how advanced we believe we are. So inside Sanofi, we say, and I would talk to other CEOs, it's a revolution. The big problem in Europe, most CEOs delegate the revolution. They give it to a CDO, they give it to a task force, a work stream, McKinsey, BCG, and it's matured so fast in terms of large language models, number of parameters. The human being can process 60 bits of information a second, whereas a decent large language model is 800 billion bits of information a second. We can't compete, so we have to understand where the opportunity is. The reality for us is, if you delegate the revolution to people lower down your organization, you've already lost. because that's not what's happening in China and the US. In healthcare, we've deliberately decided to go all in. Some of you may or may not know the industry well, some of you may or may not care, but when you get sick, you care.
Of course.
We work very hard to bring medicines through. Normally, it takes 15 years to develop a medicine, and we've spent about €1 billion on a medicine that is 12 years from launch, and it has a 90% chance of failure. 90% chance of failure, and we've already invested $1 billion, and we don't know if it's going to work. 6 years to go, 60% chance of failure. 2 years to go, 30% chance of failure. What we're doing is trying to go end to end on how we design molecules, how we find the right patients, how we get patients, medicines to patients, how we deliver them, how we make sure there's inventory. We're trying to just improve the probability at every step, make the molecule a little bit safer, make the molecule more likely to succeed. Maybe that 90% chance of failure can become 80%, can become 70%, running huge models, maybe even getting to quantum, we were just talking about that, trying to make sure we can design down to a single cell as we're designing molecules. So we're on this journey, and I worry greatly for Europe, greatly. You mentioned Draghi. Draghi had it right. For me, you read Draghi's report, Europe is not competitive. I have the privilege of talking to many people in the Commission, at the very top of the Commission. The emphasis is on how do we regulate? How do we operate together? How can Hungary play safely with Spain and France? And the reality is, it's so inward-looking at making sure the game is played fairly. Subsidies are fair. There is no bias. Meanwhile, China and the US are just doing, and we know this. I love this country, but this country can't beat China or the US on its own. So it has to work in an efficient Europe, and Europe is determined to go backwards. The shock is yet to come. The final shock will be when people realize it's too late and that Europe has overregulated.
Thank you. So early in the morning, thank you very much. It's hard
in
to
healthcare,
hear.
we're happy.
Thank you. No, bon, alors, donc voilà.
Okay, fine. We're already late. So, but nevertheless, we're working, we're making progress. And Matthias Burgard, your work on innovation on those you will help, and in your own trades, you can tell them.
Yes, absolutely. First of all, we're being disrupted in a way that the investment and are conducing us to invest massively in new technologies and, of course, in AI, in the AI chain, in the capacity of computing, in the data centers, in energy as well, because in order to feed all that, we need a lot of energy, water treatment as well, because it consumes a lot of water. So the investment channel has changed radically. The Draghi report has shown that there's a lack of private investment in Europe, and it's up to us to mobilize private capitals, the capitals that with private investors, because we know that from institutions it's not going to grow as it did in the past. So the future is about mobilizing private sectors, and 50% for the investments. So it is our first challenge to finance the famous 800 billion per year for the energy transition, but also for innovation, so which as per the Draghi report. And our jobs are completely modified, the productivity gains in our analysis, the way we identify investment opportunities, the way to build a portfolio to make sure that the final amount of investments brings overperformance. So all our jobs are disrupted by AI, and our employees are not more prepared than others to face this new challenge. So these changes, what are going to create? They're going to create a concentration in the sector that is ours, a very strong fragmentation, because you need to have the capacity to have access to information, because finance is a science of information. and treatment of this information, management of this information. So that requires massive IT investments. And this is going to lead to a concentration of in our sectors. So we have the investment universe that is completely changing. We're going to have to identify the companies that are going to be the leaders of tomorrow. We're going to have to help those companies to change. And at the same time, we are being changed. We are being upended. So it's a double challenge for an industry of private equity that was mostly B2B. It is going to become B2C, but it's not at all the same job at the same time. Annabelle Cruz, let's continue our roundtable and we'll get back to the main topics later on. Uber is, by essence, a disruptive technology that changes completely the sector. How did you manage this innovation, and how does it look for the decades to come?
Well, the title of this panel could be, frankly, the title of our book. So, and definitely it's our day-to-day journey, managing the shock of innovation. Maybe not many people know, but the idea of Uber was born in Paris, actually 15 years ago.
On n'est pas si en retard alors.
Yeah.
So we're not that late, we're not that behind, are we?
Only 15 years ago, if you consider the size of our business today or the platform that we have built, 70 million users, 88 million drivers, 33 million trips daily globally. So it's been really a continuous disruption of mobility as we understood it. And right now, obviously, we are in the middle of the next disruption, which is, in our case, for sure, artificial intelligence, but obviously autonomous cars. And that is, again, not anymore science fiction. It's something that is happening as we speak, particularly in the US, but also a lot in China, as Paul was mentioning. In our journey, in terms of managing innovation, I think everybody knows our beginning was more confrontational, brutal disruption, and we learned our lessons, and we adapted our model to the model that we call it actually the European operating model, working more in a collaborative way, talking with the regulators, with the institutions, with the partners to develop the next gen of, in our case, mobility, but in general, the next generation of the ecosystem that we want to build. A great example is actually electrification, which is also a huge challenge. The sustainability transition, huge, economically, but also managing the change. France specifically, and I want to use it as an example, and specifically Paris, 5 years ago, 85% of the cars were diesel. Today, this number is 0. And 90% of the cars that are operating in Paris are either hybrid or electric, which was expensive, of course, and we have put quite some effort and money, but also an effort, again, working with regulators, institutions, the city, et cetera, et cetera. For us, this is the name of the game coming forward. When we look at autonomous, that is the core of the matter right now, as I said, it's happening. We do have 1.5 million trips that are already happening per year in the platform. But they're happening in the US. They're happening in Austin. They're happening in Phoenix. They're going to happen soon in Atlanta. They're happening in Abu Dhabi. And the Middle East is actually moving pretty fast. Soon we will be talking about more. Where is Europe? Yes, there are some initial attempts, some small pilots. We do have the UK moving ahead. It's already announcing or advancing the date for AV passenger trips to 2026. With that framework, we are already working in cooperations to actually implement autonomous in the UK. In Germany, some regulatory framework is being developed, and particularly we are looking at Hamburg for our first pilots. In France, we have had some trials in the past, specifically with shuttles, but this is not slow, and frankly, we do believe France is one of the countries where, given the engineering background, in general, innovation, history of this country, we could be doing faster and we could be doing more. And to the point on how to manage the transition and how to get this, we don't see we do see many years to come where human drivers and autonomous cars will be shared, will be coexisting and be managed in a shared platform. Autonomous cars are going to augment the possibilities that we have for mobility. For example, simply serving places where the number of drivers that we have are less, allowing human drivers to do niche use cases. We were talking with Paul about the executive use case that could be served better. If we have autonomous cars that could take care of a bunch or a lot of trips in the platform. But we do see that transition as a hybrid model that is going to be coming and is already, as I say, operating, and it's going to be the name of the game for many years to come. We do expect that this amount of supply, and as the cost will reduce, we do expect that we will keep fighting the battle, which is our goal, of eliminating private cars. And that's a great revolution for the world. If we do have less cars in our streets, less pollution, and less complications at a personal level, but at a social level. And that's when the real shock will come, and the only way society and cities will only accept this when it's actually solving the real problems that, frankly, we still have in Europe and obviously in many other places. So we do believe Europe has a big role to play. I personally do hope and expect that we are up to the challenge and start creating this framework where innovation is going to flourish again in this continent, and we can be talking in 1 year about the many cities where we are actually operating with our autonomous cars.
Thank you very much. So it's a little more optimistic. Thank you. Laurent Bataille.
Laurent Bataille. So you probably think we need to choose innovation to be efficient. Yes, because we're in an environment where there's a lot of technology available. First of all, I'd like to say a word on what was said previously by Paul. Innovation is not something you delegate. For the leaders, you need to have the passion for innovation because it brings a lot of things. I'd like to underline one thing before I will illustrate it with Schneider. It also has cumulative effect. The reality is that companies which innovate, for example, that deploy digital architectures, they have a tendency to lead the way. And on their processes, their excellence, their customer relation, and it's a key idea because if you don't deploy the new technologies fast, it's really a question of onboarding it and circulating it. You're going to exaggerate the divide with other companies. At Schneider, we deal with energy, and we're at the crossroads of two major transitions in our economy. The first one is the energy transition, where we have to concentrate on the electrification of the world. I remind you that 3/4 of the energy in the world today is fossil energy, so we need to increase the remaining quarter that is just electricity. And second big transition is the digital transition, because it allows to improve the functioning of our infrastructures to use less resources, to waste less, and to use less energy. So these are two major principles, which means that all the innovations on which we work at Schneider, they're trying to address these two main issues, to bring access to electrification and to also accelerate on digital sector to use less resources. What do we do? A few examples. Innovation that we bring to the grid with some softwares that allow us to better manage the electricity grid that is submitted to a lot of constraints now, with the injection of renewable energies on the grid, which could create a form of instability. So we need software to manage this. It also means products for the grid that are more sustainable. We use composites composite materials that last longer on the grids. So this is infrastructure. It has to last for 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. Second example, data centers. The innovation that we're making allows every year for NVIDIA to change these famous GPUs and to bring more density on the grid and more efficiency on digital infrastructures. For example, the improvement of cooling systems. We're making a big transition towards what we call liquid cooling. This is fundamental for digital architectures. If we go down to construction sector, this control systems that allow us to save up to 30% of energy in small buildings. In France, half of the small buildings have this control system, which means are not equipped, so we waste a lot of energy. Technology is there, we just need to use it. Last point, in the industry sector, we talk a lot about AI. It would be good to do AI in industry as well, but to do that, we need to have a data model. So data models and data infrastructure if we want to improve the functioning of the systems and on the industrial sites, not site by site, but at the level of the company itself. So we have infrastructures of data that allow to deploy AI on a big scale. So the passion of innovation is key if we want, particularly in Europe, if we want to catch up with the US and China. But we need to have a mindset of a challenger to do that. And also, I'd like to open up on an innovation that is more like a business model. As an industrial company, we're very aware of the use of resources, of raw materials. An innovation that we work on now is the circularity, which means knowing how to fix our products. So we need to design them in a different way from the get-go. So in 30 years, 40 years, we can repair them. Thank you very much for first approach of each of the speakers. The first few words. I hear that we're lagging behind. That we need not to delegate. They're winners and losers. And we'll get back to you, Alexandra and Christel, on the innovations that you made, and also the ones that are in the pipeline in your field, right? It is true that AI is it's not just an innovation, it's a real technological disruption that is going to take a lot of time, but at the very beginning it's going to take a lot of time. And we're looking at something on the same scale than electricity, so we need to look ahead thinking we're really at the beginning of the game, but the speed at which it arrives makes us not want to lose any time at the starting line. In our sector, the major question in telecommunications is what our telecommunication system look like even in 5 years, when the traffic will be massively generated by AI models. It is the case already, knowing that our networks, we have networks that digest growth of traffic of 10 or 15% per year. With the challenges, we should not consume more energy at the same time. And we need to finance that. So we have an economic challenge and a challenge in the sense of our resource model. So in the world of tomorrow, which will be dominated by AI, and we're going to have networks that are at the same time. We see the traffic, and we see what exploding in the traffic with the major global data centers, because all the companies are migrating their data in the cloud. And the major question is AI in the future will be more frugal, because at the time, for now, we're blindsided by the training, by the fact that we have to train the big models, but AI at scale will happen close to where it's used in companies themselves. So that means we're going to need to build these networks for tomorrow. And the computing capacity keeps increasing in the cell phones. It's going to increase in the servers that we put in the companies. So where do we need to invest is a question we ask ourselves, because we're going to have to distribute things around. And we have this platform of observation that are networks that are going to touch every single household in the countries where we operate, and all the companies that are connected to these major data centers. So there's also a topic of cybersecurity, security and cybersecurity. We've been investing in that for many years, and it takes a lot of time because AI also allows attackers. We're looking at fraud, or it's a mafia. It's 1% of the world GDP. These are huge challenges. And all the companies and the major companies are well equipped to deal with it. We have a massive challenge of diffusion of protection technologies. But AI is also helping the attackers to find the breaches and to use them as quickly as possible to attack companies, and that it leads to data leaks and depending on the target that they have. We invest a lot on that to make sure that we're trying to protect as much as we can, so our clients can trust us. We can talk about quantum communication as well. This is for after 2030, but we have some thoughts with many of our big clients, big accounts, on the famous Q day, where the quantic will be there and we'll be able to break all the crypting. This leads to a lot of questions such as Sanofi, which need to protect their industrial secrets, and they cannot afford to think that in 5 years, if people have access to their data and have stored them now, thinking that in 5 or 10 years we'll be able to break the codes and find all the secrets. These topics deserve a lot of attention, and we need to anticipate of what is going to happen, might happen tomorrow. So not all companies have to think about it, but in many sectors we need to. Paul Hudson, I see you nodding, and do you want to react to Crystal Heidemann?
Quantum pieces are real, and Q-Day, I don't know how many people worry about it, but we worry about it. Because, of course, once you can decrypt anything, because the power of the computer processing is so vast and so fast, that maintaining company secrets is going to be very difficult. We're on that. I just want to make sure you read my tone the right way. Because you seem to, we can come to this, I love this meeting, we come to this meeting and we can try and rationalize where we are. But with this revolution that's happening, this is Europe's opportunity.
Of course.
Because the whole world has just gone level set. New technology for every country, for every region, pretty much at the same time. So the question, one of the reasons I love living in France and being in healthcare, biology, chemistry, mathematics, data science, AI. Some of the best in the world. Engineering, we can add to that. What worries me is that we squander the opportunity. We don't take advantage of it, because for the first time we said everybody's equal. Here's the new revolution. What are you going to do with it? And so I think we feel it's business-led often. You were talking about it, because it's very hard for countries to come together to do these things. For me, if we can invent a new medicine for a disease that has never been able to be treated before, I've got to get there, and I've got to get there faster. I get letters every day from people saying, can you help with my disease of my child, because there are no treatments. So we feel it every single day.
Of course.
But I think we're all at the start line at the same time. I just don't want us to have any regrets that we went too slowly or that we let others run faster. It would just be a missed opportunity, particularly in France, which I would argue, and I don't want to cause controversy with Spanish colleagues, I would argue France is the leader in Europe in all of the ways to win over time, probably by some distance. The question is, can we take the advantage of it?
For the politics, pardon, c'est intéressant pour les politiques aussi. Alexandra Roulet.
Petit rebond. Alors, en effet, je suis complètement d'accord avec. Je pense qu'on est tous d'accord avec ce que vient de dire Paul Hudson sur le fait de prendre ce qui se passe comme une opportunité pour l'Europe. Mais pour revenir sur quand même la remarque initiale qui m'a un peu piquée en tant qu'Européenne, nécessairement, sur le fait que les États-Unis et la Chine avaient bien pris, en tout cas, la précédente transition, et que l'Europe a décroché, donc c'est tout à fait vrai dans les statistiques. Simplement, là où j'introduirais une petite nuance quand même, c'est que vous avez dit, voilà, la question du choc, elle se pose que pour l'Europe. Et en fait, là, je ne suis pas complètement d'accord, parce que finalement, quand on voit l'élection de Trump, on peut aussi la lire comme les États-Unis, certes, ont capitalisé sur les gains de productivité, mais ils n'ont précisément pas bien absorbé le choc pour les perdants. Donc, on a eu l'élection de Trump, donc on a toutes les coupes dans les budgets des universités, etc. Donc, on a potentiellement un recul de l'innovation aux États-Unis, en conséquence de tout ça. Donc, je ne sais pas si je suis complètement d'accord sur le retard européen, la nécessité de voir ça comme une opportunité, et j'espère que la France peut être en effet le leader là-dedans. Mais je pense que le choc, il se pose aussi pour les autres continents, pas seulement pour l'Europe.
Paul Hudson, un mot, ou alors non, Mathias Burgard, qui veut répondre à ça sur le choc et les conséquences? Vous voulez répondre?
Non, effectivement, on voit une opportunité pour l'Europe, hein, puis pour répondre aussi à Paul, c'est effectivement que le fait d'aller trop vite et trop brutalement crée des retours en arrière. Et on voit effectivement ce qui a porté les États-Unis cet avantage en termes de productivité, de compétitivité, qui était quand même lié à la recherche scientifique aux États-Unis, notamment liée aux universités, surtout liée aux universités. Aujourd'hui, alors c'est pas encore massif, mais effectivement, il y a beaucoup d'universités qui se posent des questions sur leur avenir aux États-Unis. Il y a des chercheurs qui veulent éventuellement trouver de nouveaux horizons. Donc, c'est pas si simple. Effectivement, c'est pas si simple que ça. Pour revenir à votre question aussi, c'est que, en tout cas, dans notre industrie, finalement, l'innovation pour l'instant nous a permis d'être plus productifs, c'est-à-dire
to be more productive, that is, deal with the information in a faster way, to replace first level work. And what we're heading for tomorrow is the predicting. What the AI brings is a breakthrough, a technological breakthrough, because it gives us the capacity to predict the future. What it means for us is to know what investments will yield performance tomorrow, how we can develop portfolios that will be more performing. So this capacity of predicting the future is, for me, the new frontier that AI brings forth. Will predict the impact of molecules. That's true for healthcare, on the patients, for example, on diseases, and in our trades, in all trades, finally, this prediction capacity is probably what will speed up the process. And that's why today it's difficult to know what the future will be made of in 5 years. I'm lucky as an investor. I can invest in all trades. I can diversify my exposure. That I understand the difficulty for each business to understand what it is its business will be in 5 years, and productivity gains achieved by its competitors in Europe and elsewhere. Us in investment, we have the possibility to diversify, and with an uncertain future, it's an easy response to bring forth. In one word, Laurent Bataille, and if we go too fast, we lose some people. And no, it's not the question for today. In particular in Europe, I think we have a real challenge, that's speed. Speed to adopt. When Paul said it's a level playing field in terms of technology, he's right, because we live in a world where the dissemination or diffusion of knowledge is practically instantaneous. We all have access today to the same model in AI. So in reality, what makes the difference in terms of business model transformation and is the speed at which actors are capable of absorbing and deploying these technologies to change the way they provide services and products and value to their clients. And so this calls for a lot of management of change. That's obvious. We see that, and it also calls for more education. We talked about the question of U.S. universities. The question behind that, underlying behind that, is in a world where technology is taking such a big space, are we ready and are we capable of understanding it at a time where we train less engineers, at a time where we wonder if it's good if children, teenagers use ChatGPT. We know that AI will become a professional tool that we'll have to use in the future. Well, we have to answer these questions. We have to be very attentive in change management on how we take over these technologies at a very young age and very rapidly. It's a reality. They will become tools in their everyday lives. What makes me optimistic today is when I see hybrid paths, and Christelle was talking about the mix of competencies between people who do business and data science. I think these things will become very important. People must be comfortable with technology given the speed at which it's deployed. So it's a major challenge. We can't afford to leave that aside. It's a challenge in education. Annabelle Cruz, maybe you want to add something on that? But yes.
But when I insist on that, fear in innovation is obviously not the answer to the equation. It's never been, and especially now that it's going so fast, frankly, should be out. For sure, it brings challenges. All the things that we are mentioning, education, capability of people to adapt, etc., is not new to the world. It's faster now, but it's not new to the world. It also brings huge, huge opportunities, some of them to be discovered. For example, again, when I look backwards, and specifically at our business, the transformation has enabled people that could not go to work to actually go to work. The improvements in safety that we have brought to places where this was a life-limiting factor are now, yeah, again, life-changing for many, many people. So as we look forward, all these social problems, we are in a better position than ever to solve them, to tackle them. And yes, of course, we need to make sure that the system, particularly the educational system, in my opinion, if we look ahead, needs to be adjusted. People and at earlier stage and need to start getting much more educated and capable of accepting the change. But I do frankly see a bright future, and I'm much better than what we have seen so far.
Thank you all. Merci à tous. Et en fait, c'est le...
So thank you all. It's the time for Q&A. So we have 10 minutes, 8 minutes. So I see 2 hands raised here in the room. Questions, please. Good morning. Please introduce yourself and 1 question. We have 7 minutes to go. So thank you. I'm Gildas Traside. I'm an entrepreneur in the legal tech. And my question is for the whole of the panel, in fact. According to you, with the news, the current events, if we need to do some predictions and place ourselves in the future, what should we expect in the near future in terms of transition or shock innovation? Remember that we had the COVID-19 crisis and we had to adapt to a real sanitary shock. And today with the transition with AI, what should we expect in the couple of years to come or months to come? So what will be the next revolution? Well, again, we need to absorb that one already, but that's the sense of my question, in fact. What are we going to face in the future? Sir, yes, another question? Steve Smith, and private investor. So my question, for Europe and chiefly France, what is the winning strategy in AI, and what is a losing strategy that we shouldn't follow or shouldn't adopt? Thank you. Interesting question, sir. Mathieu Petit, Cap PMG. So I have a question on the solutions to speed up innovation in Europe. Maybe another question on sovereignty. In the end, is our investments an issue dealing with the sovereignty? So who can answer how we absorb AI and the revolution, and at the same time, what would be the best solutions so that we don't go wrong when we deal with these evolutions? I have no answers on the predictions in 5 years, for example. No, on the one hand, there is this acceleration in time. We see that we're facing shocks. We're in the acceleration of AI, ultra-tech, ultra-connected and everything, climate change and the shocks we will experience, extreme events that we'll be faced with. We lose electricity, we lose our networks and everything. So it means we'll have to oscillate between an ultra-resilience faced with these shocks and at the same time ultra-technology that will help us win. So I think that's where the path is uncertain. Obviously, to win with AI, for example, there are technologies that even though we're under the impression as the major tech actors who are the champions because they have access to all the web data, all the data of the search if they are Google. And so, in fact, the AI that will be in health will be developed in smaller models on data models or proprietary data models. So my concern with Europe today is how we manage the data. We've regulated a lot the data. We regulate AI. So the real question is, will this regulation enable us to adopt faster? The answer is no. So we shouldn't go back to protecting private life and everything. But I mean, privacy, I'm sorry. But we will have to we'll have to regulate one day, but we have to ensure that we don't hinder the evolution of industrial sectors and all sectors of economy. Develop AI with the data that should be that of Europe. We're not going to use US or Chinese models tomorrow. We need to use our own models, whether in education, health, industry, what have you. So it's true that this topic today of making sure that we have the capacity to test. And unfortunately, we have too many regulations that the others don't have. We shouldn't leave them aside, but we have to find the spaces of innovation. So, Alexandra, if you want to conclude, please, and then I'll hand over the floor to Paul Hudson, Matthias Burgart, and maybe Alexandra will conclude at the end. Paul Hudson, what do you have to say on that?
Well, I think you're hearing it. You know, everybody believes we need to create an environment to be a success.
Yeah.
Over regulation, over sensitivity. We can't be casual people's private data. There's a line to be drawn, but we shouldn't add hurdles to make our innovation much slower than everybody else. You ask what is the next thing in AI and where's it going in the revolution? You know, the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years, if you watch a movie about the future, it's floating cities, flying cars, it's silver, it's spaceships. If you look out of your window, nothing changed over the last 200 years. The only thing that changed was data, insight, compute, agents. It's what you have in your hand. I think you said it more than we've ever had before. The revolution is how you manage data and how you take insights from it. I was with 150 CEOs at a meeting in the US just recently, half tech, half industry. And the question was, and these are very senior people from Microsoft, Apple, everybody. The question was put, if you were going to university now, what would you study?
Ouais.
And the answer shocked me. The answer from all of the tech leaders was the same. History, geography, philosophy, religion. And I sat there going, oh, that's a bit of a surprise. And they said, well, it's quite clear. AI, its first victim is IQ. It can replace IQ very quickly. But emotional intelligence, EQ, takes more effort. Implementing and transforming and handling shock and revolution takes touch. It takes more complete humans. So the humans, we have to be better than we've ever been to be able to do it. By that, it's not, I never did a social activity, I never played a sport, I only studied so I could get into the Polytechnique or wherever I need to do. The bar is now higher on the softer skills than it has ever been. So if you ask us how to prepare soft skills, all in on data, remove as many barriers as you can, but keep, obviously, what is sacred, and we have a shot.
Thank you. Matthias Burgard, one more.
Je voudrais répondre à monsieur.
I'd like to reply on the advices for investment in a difficult world, where it's difficult to predict, make predictions. And what we said earlier, individual investors are the future of Europe in terms of investment, because that's where there's a lot of investment capacity. And today, people invest in non-risk investments. In the Letta report, the idea was to promote mobilizing this effort to enable to all the actors to find the financing on a European capital market, unified market, and by having the direct access to the savings of Europeans. If you are conservative in terms of risk, what I would advise is to invest in something that's absolutely necessary, whatever the option that prevails. Energy, investing in energy transition, because climate, whatever the political agenda, will not improve. The deterioration of the climate is a result of the presence of CO2 in the atmosphere. So the more emissions we have, the worse will the situation be. We see that productivity lowers with the heat wave. We see the human consequences with the floods you had in Spain. Not all that will not stop. So investing in energy and water treatment, because all our technologies will use a lot of water. So everything that enables AI to develop, because the technological shocks are hard to predict. Now, for this gentleman's questions, in the 1950s, 1960s, an American author, Isaac Asimov, science fiction author, predicted what would happen today. That is a science based on the analysis of history, and that predicted what would happen in the future. So I recommend that you read this novel that is very much present. So quick conclusion for Alexandre Roulet. We're already late. So on the industrial policies that we sacrificed because we're too much attached to the competitiveness policy, but we have to articulate both on the question of sovereignty. Yes, the world is non-cooperative. That's what we observe now. We don't cooperate, and we have to be very careful with when it comes to sovereignty. Thank you very much. Fascinating debate. Thank you.
Bonjour à tous.
Hello, everyone. Welcome for this team session of the Cercle des Économies. The issue is stopping the outflow of savings. This is a well-known subject since the Draghi report. The EU needs colossal investments because of the ecological transition, the refurbishment of infrastructure. A lot of capitals flows out of Europe. So now we will try to understand how we could stop the outflow of savings, what are the consequences, what alternative solutions we can find. And we are lucky because we have a panel of professionals who know the ins and outs of savings. And for this subject, first I will introduce my neighbor, Nicolas Calcoun. You are the General Director of Amundi. William Cadou-Chassin, your co-chairman of Eurazeo. Then we have Bank of America Securities Director Vanessa Holz. Then we have the Executive Committee Chairman of Euronext, Camille Bedin. And we also have Sophie Patulle from France Invest. So we'll have different standpoints on savings. And I'll give the floor to my partner in crime, Bertrand Jacquilla, who will set the scene as to the macroeconomic input and insights on savings. Hello, everyone. The mics are on. Everything is fine. So the subject that we will tackle today within the framework of a debate has three paradoxes. First is that of a semantic one, because the subject of the Cercle des Économies this year is to face the reality, the clashing reality, and the second one is to stop the outflow of savings. So the general topic of the rencontre is we talk about a clash, about a shock. That means that it is fast, that it is violent, that it has arrived recently, but the topic that we talk about today is actually a secular one, an old one in Europe. So there's a paradox here in the wording of our topic and the general topic of the conference of this edition. The second paradox is economic, because there's an abundance. I'm not going to give figures because we don't have the same figures. And according to the State report or the Draghi report, there's always a discrepancy. But there's a lot of savings in France and Europe. And these savings have difficulties in investing in income-generating investments. Because first there's the state that is trying to find risk-free investments, because the French people are actually risk-averse. That's the first paradox. And secondly, a strong part of the savings in France. And the last paradox, I will wrap up with this, it's a matter of political issues. You remember de Gaulle during the presidential elections facing Le Canuet, there was a lot of people saying that they would actually jump on their seats, keeping on talking about Europe, Europe and Europe's, chanting that name. And there's a difference between France and Europe, and this problem was mentioned in the Draghi report and the State report that we talk about in all commissions right now. But it is quite surprising that two banks whose nationality is that of countries having forged the group of 6 members of the Commerzbank and Unicredit and an Italian bank have unsurmountable difficulties to overcome to be able to merge. So the reason of this paradox is that of behaviors. We are lagging behind in the banking world on securitization. Despite the efforts of Euronext, we have a consolidation of stock exchanges that is not completed yet. It is still an ongoing process, and so we have a wide array of factors that are such that Europe cannot be built, and the elites talk about it so much. Thank you, Bertrand. Bertrand was mentioning the challenges, the regulatory and political challenges ahead of us. Sophie Pature, you represent the private sector, the non-public world. Can you talk about the challenges of the non-listed companies? I have 2 convictions that I would like to share with you. The first of which is that we have a straightforward state of play, as was recalled earlier. The Draghi report, for instance, they all say what we need to do. We all know what we need to do. We have to invest significantly. It's the right timing, and it's actually time is of the essence. We need to invest to build a European future. And this will be done thanks to companies. And in France and in Europe, we have a lot of companies that are non-listed, that are startups, SMEs, that are ETIs, and that are very vibrant and performant. And their performance is actually quite interesting and laudable. So it is urgent to act right now. And we have some weaknesses. They were recalled earlier. But I would like to say that we have assets, we have savings. We need to make it attractive. And we need to make sure that it is attractive to invest here in Europe and France, to invest in our country, but also in our continent, because we have the obligation to build if we don't want to be colonized. We need to rely on our companies and those that are capable to bring about the future fundings that they need. I'm going to talk about what I know. That means 450 companies in terms of venture capital. That's 450 management companies that invest every year 50 billion euros over the long term in SMEs and in companies at large, in all sectors, all across the board. I would surprise you by saying that the first sector where there's venture capital invested is in industry, in SMEs that are in all our regions, with a spectrum of activity which is quite wide. But we need to help them to innovate and to face the challenges of development, of digital development. We have to face ecological transition issues. We need to benefit from long-term resources to do so. So what would I put there in the pot upstream? We talk about the short circuit. So when I talk about venture capital, it's the combination of savings and companies, because to whom you entrust your money, your savings, these management companies, well, there are teams of professionals that will invest in SMEs, and they will make money available, your savings, but also experience and expertise. Experience and expertise that will help them to transform and to to bring about also leaders so as to boost the development. And for this, we need investment because we know that when we have own equities, this is how we have more visibility on your financial resources. This is where you can be more aggressive on the market. And we know that we need to be aggressive today. There's an important point to highlight. We have two very positive elements. France is very much ahead in that field because it started earlier, because historically they had means that were less adapted. We talk about France, Germany, Spain together, and Italy. We talk about 10,500 companies. To give you an idea, it's 2.4 million employees we're talking about. So all in your family, you have someone working in a company where you have the presence of venture capital. And then we talk about yields that are actually not to be shameful when being compared with American yields. And we have two double-digit yields, just like in the US. So we have financial yields that are equivalent to that we can find in the US. And we have a strong incentive to build the future of tomorrow, thanks to our companies, our entrepreneurs. And I'm deeply convinced of that, because this is the best means to succeed and to implement and to face all the challenges ahead of us. So we can do that with our entrepreneurs all together. Sophie, thank you. So your message is to say there's no reason to look for yield in the US, right? Yes, you're right. This is exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, you can have yield in Europe. You can keep your savings in Europe. You don't need, making risky investments in the US is actually a fallacy. It's the wrong attractive investment. So what about you? You're talking about stock exchange platforms. We often talk about capitalization when we compare between the US and Europe. We think that Europe is weaker. Obviously, it's also related to the subject of savings and innovation. So according to you, what are the solutions? How can we catch up on our delays? And well, I would like to follow up on the needs to fund some sectors. And what was said, we need a massive inflow of capital to fund the acquisition of weapons and to fund the ecological transition. On the continent, we save a lot. We have a saving rate which is very high, 15 to 18% according to the countries in Europe. And that means that in Europe, we don't need to import the savings of others as opposed to the Americans to fund our economy and our needs. This is really extremely important. You talked about the paradox of savings today that is invested not via productive tools for the economy, but that is invested in monetary funds, in fixed rate funds, in cryptocurrencies that doesn't bring anything to the economy, and on the sideline in American equities. Now I would like to go back to the solutions to be brought to this paradox. The first subject is that we need a long-term savings. But in Europe, we have precautionary savings, as we say. In Europe, people do not contribute to their retirement via retirement funds. But in the US, to guarantee their retirement, they invest each month. They contribute to retirement funds, and that actually boosts the American economy and gives more equities to the economy. This is a reality that will need to be imposed on Europe if we want to be able to fund innovation and to have equities for SMEs, to have equities for the ETI, to fund a digital transition. We need to gear savings toward retirement funds and the company's equities. There's a difference also for asset managers. We have among our panelists we have a discrepancy of 1 to 10. Nicholas, it doesn't mean that Nicholas is less good than BlackRock colleague in the US. It's just because they're sitting on savings, highly invested in this capitalization that is necessary to fund the retirement. And then there's another subject, is our risk propensity, because there's no financial instrument that would yield more than equity investment, and we often tend to forget it. And sometimes there's actually a psychological effect when you speak with your banker or your asset manager in your agency. We show you different funds. Do you want the riskier fund, but careful, you could lose everything? Or do you want a fund that would guarantee your savings where there's less risk, but that would bring you more? And generally, they would opt for the safer option. And they say that I don't want to lose anything. So there's a psychological aspect to that. And this is a subject on which we have to work to revisit our risk propensity. What yields more is actually the investment in equity, as I recall. And something else on which I would like to insist, we see that there's a need to defragment markets. We need to simplify access to financial markets that could be seen as too complex. There's just so many regimes in so many countries at once. There's a willingness from the European Commission to move forward on that subject. The Commissioner Calquet is actually doing a lot of work on this. We have to have a coalition of willing countries if we can't find a political consensus to move forward on these subjects. So this is an extremely important point. There's an initiative, the Finance Europe certification label, where you can prompt investments in equities that are European equities and securities. We need to have different savings instruments to make it more attractive from a tax point of view and to mainstream them and scale them up at the European level. At Europe, next, we take our share because beyond the initiatives of the Commission, the member states that can act on taxation, we have to create groups of private stakeholders to move forward on the subject of investment. Euronext is doing consolidation of stock exchanges. We have 7 of them right now that create a pool of liquidity to attract a pool of investors, and that they will be able to invest in ethical trading initiatives and in SMEs, and there are 12 million euros that are exchanged every year. That's actually a large part of what is done in London. We have to continue with private group initiatives to simplify access to listed companies, equities, and we want to have a single memorandum for IPOs. We also have an infrastructure for markets that is being ongoing as well, and that's a good thing because there's a subject of a European market fragmentation, and we need to solve this market fragmentation issue to simplify everything, to streamline everything. Thank you. Thank you, Kimi. So what about your preconization, your recommendation? So more capitalization for retirement purposes, to fight against splintered European markets and stock exchange consolidation. So this is a structural problem that we need to address from either side of the Atlantic. What about you? You want to talk about, you say that Europe is lagging behind on a subject that is securitization. It can be a technical subject, but it embraces a lot of issues relating to savings. Yes, securitization is not a bad word. Everybody thinks that this is very technical, but it's actually easy peasy. So I totally agree with what was said before. Europe is very wealthy. We have 35 billion of savings in Europe. That's twofold the growth product in of savings, and the fact that it's underused, and sometimes it is also flowing out. Sometimes it flows out of Europe, 1/3 actually. There's a lot of savings staying in Europe, however, but often it is geared towards the US, and it's not because the American market is more accessible, less rigid, and more liquid. So adds up to it the risk propensity. European investors are very much risk adverse. Why? Because, as we said earlier, they want secure, liquid, guaranteed financial investments. So they opt for guarantee funds in euro or regulated savings regimes, or they want even 0% yield funds. And if there's no profit, then they don't fund the real economy. They don't go back to the industries to fund Europe's economy. So there's a way to channel these savings. It's securitization. In crystal clear terms, it's the grouping of banking loans that would be real estate loans, consumption loans, loans to SMEs that would be transformed into financial securities offered to investors. Concretely, all this grouping of loans are structured in a structure that is governed by legislation that is well prescribed. The investors have access to these financial securities. There's a financial yield, and all these savings that have been taken in this structured investment would fund the real economy, the actual economy. So the banks are freed because banks have more capital to fund and to grant loans to the real economy. Investors have access to diversified instruments and products that are established according to their risk propensity. And these are tools that can actually fund real and actual economy. This is securitization. It's quite straightforward, but that releases a lot of capital to fund the real economy. So yes, we're lagging behind us to the US. Securitization is $12,000 billion. 72% of loans are securitized. However, here it's 17 times less in Europe. We don't securitize, and everything depends on the banks to grant loans to SMEs and so on, but also to fund infrastructures, but also energy transition. So when we release these equities, we can actually fund actual economy, real economy. But there's a lot of hurdles in Europe, regulatory hurdles. We need to streamline this. We'll need to harmonize this. We need to take these capital markets that are really splintered and fragmented in Europe to fund this real economy. So all these hurdles are very significant. Europe has the money, has savings. However, it needs to have the right tools to raise that money and to mobilize it. Thank you. So after your three speeches, we can see that there are avenues for improvement. There are technical solutions available. That's the subject matter of our roundtable, to stop the outflow of savings. But William, we talked together before this roundtable, and you said that's not the subject matter. What about these 300 billions? What is your approach to the subject?
It is a subject, but it's the tree that's hiding the forest. So a lot has been said, and it's all quite right. Europe is a continent where there's a lot of savings due to the size of the GDP, 35 billion. But it comes from a disease. Europe has a level of investment compared to GDP, which is 200% less than the States, and a level of savings that is very high. So people do favor precaution over investment. If we take the second aspect with this abundance, which is the very poor allocation of savings, and in particular the fact that it's not directed to the productive economy, which is the forest, rather than seeing whether it goes abroad. So we're looking at the scales that are very different from 300 billion. If we had the structure of savings that there is in the United States, meaning more long-term savings, more on equity, less on monetary, on euro funds and life insurance, etc., and regulated funds, to take the example of France, the Noyer report, which is the third important report on this point, says we would shift 8,000 million euros to productive investment. Compared to what the Draghi report has said, it is amazing. It's 350 billion euros in the annual flow. So that's the real topic. How do we redirect towards the real productive economy? Because all of this goes hand in hand with two subjects that are key and which are somewhat taboo. The first is that we are impoverishing European citizens. And we are collectively impoverishing them by privileging states and taxes which are very ineffective in terms of savings. And the Nouy report gives a very cruel statistic. If you're a French person over 10 years, with the structure of savings as it stands today, with Euro funds, savings accounts, you're losing 13% per year over 10 years. If you invest in American equity, and that's like the case of most Americans in their pension funds, you gain 140%. And if you invest in the French stock exchange, you will have gained 80%. So we create negative effects for European citizens. So that's what is important to recall. Not only we're not funding our economy, but we're impoverishing them. And the second taboo is that it's not only true that the savings are going to the United States, for example. It funds debt products in the States via insurers' results. And European equity is funded by American and English, for example. So we're attracting capital, which means that there is a yield. And that was said regarding equity, but it was also on the listed stock exchanges. So there's a question of sovereignty here as well. You are a wonderful European startup that at one point becomes a European unicorn. And at the beginning of your career, you are funded at 50, 60% by Europeans. And when you look at more ambitious levels of funding, it's only 18% that is funded by Europeans. So you mustn't be surprised that at one point these companies that have global jobs, you're looking at artificial intelligence, these are global professions, must wonder about listing in the United States or American headquarters because their stakeholders are mostly American. So that taboo is essential. So what can we do? A lot has been said, and I agree, and the fact that today there is a movement in Europe with the findings that are there and proposals that are on the table. 2 weeks ago, there was a proposal from the European Commission on listings, and then in March from the European Commission on savings. So maybe a few points. The first point is that we can let things go without, loosen things up without harming the system with a few very constraining regulations for those that allocate savings. So that is insurers. So 2%, it represents 2% of their results. And in the States, it's 5%. Just look at France. If you take 1% of the Euro funds, it's 20 billion. So each year, Europe raises 25 billion, not more, to fund innovation. And that's venture capital. So 1% of French Europeans would fund the equivalent of a European annual venture capital. Of course, we can loosen up a few rules on pension funds when they exist, but the fact is that they don't really exist. And when they do exist, we have markets that work very well with a continuum of liquidity and non-liquidity, which is very effective. One example in Europe is Sweden. Second point, there is access of private individuals to savings. And there are a lot of ideas on the table which go through European labels, European savings products. It's not the subject for me. It's an important point which would allow comparability and visibility and competition. But the real question here is domestic, and this brings us back to what Bertrand was saying on the obstacles of pan-European approach. The question is domestic fiscality. If the domestic fiscality favors products that are frozen and don't pay back to fund the state debt, then we won't be directed to the productive economy, and then there are threshold effects and cultural problems. But the private individual savings must be redirected. And the third point is like listing is very important, not only to boost the market, but if you have more deposits that come out of the bank's results to be invested in productive industry, all of this must be refinanced. So there needs to be the creation of big European players. In banks, there are obstacles. On markets, also, there are obstacles. And among asset managers, I'm sitting next to one of the biggest European asset managers. And as it was said, it's just a fraction of the size with regard to the American majors. So there's a consolidation. And I know that you're working hard on that. So good luck. Thank you, William. So, Nicholas, it's not easy to take the floor last. We've already had an amazing insight into most of the topics, but you know, as a representative of Amundi, you have a very particular role, and in particular the management of assets, which is very important in the management of the flow of investment. So, for you, what do you think needs to be done? What would you expect from the public authorities so that these European savings remain in Europe, and that they what is the role of asset managers? So indeed, a lot has been done. I think practically everything has been said, and I'm very aligned with, in particular, with what William has just said. Just quickly on the finding that I, share, and you quoted the Noyer report that I was lucky enough to contribute to. I think that it's important to remember that we do have savings from private individuals that are very abundant in Europe. I say private individuals because in countries, unfortunately, such as ours, it is a little bit compensated by public savings, which is lacking. And Europe altogether has net savings and invests outside, but for France, that's not the case. So generally speaking, our savings are very abundant. And the question is, first of all, that of allocation. And that was, said by everybody, the allocation towards short-term products, deposits, guaranteed products, which, we can't completely destigmatize. When we leave money in the bank, it does use it. It invests. It lends money to companies. But for many reasons, including regulations, they cannot really invest in long-term products, in shares or private assets. So that is a problem. And regarding the export of European savings, indeed, the paradox is that we invest in debt products, as you said, and we fund the American state, while the American pension funds are funding our companies. And that raises a question of sovereignty. So, once we've said that, the main point is, how can we correct that? How can we ensure that in the interest of our companies and the funding of the economy, but as you said, also in the interest of investors themselves, if they have long-term savings, and when they save, it's often for long-term objectives, including retirement. So how do we correct this? And I think that from that point of view, we must really have a very global approach and set off from the root of the subject. When we talk about private individuals, we talk a lot about financial education and risk aversion. But if the private investors have an attitude with regard to risk which is not really coherent with their long-term interest, that is to be understood within general framework. The first is fiscality, as you said, the products, the efficiency, which is somewhat the wrong way round in certain of European countries, including France, even though, thanks to recent evolutions, the PAC law and the development of retirement savings is a real success. I think there's about 120 million euros after 5 years, and then the continuation of this trend with the other laws, but I don't think we're at the end of our reflection. So I think that we need to go beyond in the design of products and in aligning fiscality with the horizon and the risk profile of the products. The second element, and because there's a shift in paradigm in the approach that regulators, public authorities and distributors and savings producers have in protecting consumers. There have been a large number of new directions and regulations, and it's very important, that have encouraged the protection of investors and that they understand the risks they're taking. But if we put side by side all of these regulations, and if we put ourselves in the shoes of an investor and an advisor, it has become a lot simpler to direct savings to deposits to traditional euro savings, and very tricky to recommend long-term products. And I think that this is a paradigm that we no doubt need to balance out. And the last dimension, and this was said by Camille, is the importance of having more open markets that allow money to circulate faster, and also to consolidate European players who you were kind enough to mention Amundi, but whether it be in the asset management, finance or private players, we do have very strong European players, and we can see this. And they're tending to invest in proportion far more in European assets than in the American competition. So to come back to the topic of the export of savings, if we have fiscality that is turned around, and if the public authorities, through tax incentives, encourage and help long-term savings, we must also use this public money to favor Europe with a minimum of Europe assets. That's the meaning of the Finance Europe label that a certain number of European players are considering. And that seems to be just common sense. Thank you, Nicolas. I wanted to react to what William and Nicholas were saying about fiscality. Today we have tax systems that are directed towards non-productive savings and not the funding of real economy and shares. The fact is that when you put yourselves in the shoes of Amélie de Montbéliard and Global, and you have to think about next year's budget, and you must raise hundreds of millions of euros on the market, you always raise the question, is it the right way to pinpoint tax incentives that are directed towards fixed-rate products? In France, we haven't solved the problem of the deficit, and so we will always have a dilemma between financing shares where there's tax incentives, or financing the public debt. And so we need to manage the public debt so that we can direct tax incentives towards the productive economy. That was the question I wanted to ask. Do you think that France, for example, can move towards a system of retirement by capitalization? Or can we take this risk with so much national debt? Can the state take this risk? Well, here you're asking a question that goes well beyond our scope, but I think that social expenditure in France is substantially higher than in the rest of Europe. I'm not talking about welfare states, but I'm talking about countries where we're reasonably generous in the retirement or health systems. So reducing the share of social expenditure that is directed towards retirement and substitute it with the overabundant savings of Europeans that would invest in long-term products, and therefore also the productive economy of companies with GDP and productive effects that are induced. Yes, I do think that it is urgent to do this. Camille was talking about crypto currency. I don't know if anybody wants to react to that. And Camille, you were saying that this is a topic that was of concern to you, to see savings directed towards cryptocurrency. So among the other speakers, do you share this concern, or do you think that it's just anecdotal? Vanessa, is this a topic that you're monitoring? Yes, this is a subject that we're monitoring. Yes, cryptocurrency, if we talk about standardized cryptocurrency, and there are European standards that are starting to look at cryptocurrency and the digitalization of the Europe. That's something that we can see. But for the time being, with regard to the funding of the global economy, it is a relatively low share, and we need a very clear framework in order to establish the regulatory and legislative framework in order to make things more secure. But yes, it is a subject that we're talking about, but with a very secure framework. But it's not yet the main subject to redirect savings to the real economy. I think that there is an essential aspect here in terms of security. And what was developed recently, above all, in listings is a standardization and a transparency. So we often compare some products to the crisis of 2008 in the United States. We're very far from that. So it's also we must also carry out this education on the fact that the security aspect is taken into account, transparency as well. The framework is very different because that was it then in 2008. The results of the financial establishments are far more stable. And we must use this regulatory framework to say that we can mobilize these savings. And yes, euro and digitalization is a very important factor. So, but the regulation is in the right timing. There's not a distortion of saving flows. Now, I think that we need to move ahead. It's difficult because Europe is quite slow. I can't talk about good timing, but it's one of the topics, and there are a lot of other topics to be seen first in order to fund the real economy. Thank you very much. I'm not going to monopolize the floor. Do you have any questions? We're going to begin with the gentleman there who raised his hand first, and then you. We're going to take several questions at the same time, because please ask quick, short, clear questions. And we'll take them all at the same time. Hello, William from the University of Bordeaux. I have a simple question. Can we create a model where we can combine the model of social security and retirement by capitalization? Because it could be contradictory, I believe. That's an amazing question. It's going to be difficult to answer this in 2 minutes. The gentleman there. Hello, I'm Fabrice Romain. I'm an engineer in electronics. Sophie Patio talked about non-listed investment. There is France Invest. I wanted to know whether these investments were open to private individuals or whether this was just via institutional players. Philippe, I would like to dispute something. You're talking about funded pension schemes. I bet the flow at the outset would be quite marginal. I don't see how this can, meet what was set down in the Draghi report. Second thing about risk-taking, you were quite right when you underlined the fact that risk-taking in Europe was not very significant, that there is precautionary savings linked to the problem of retirement. So all of that is linked. But there's another factor that you have not mentioned, and which is very important in Europe and less important to the United States, is the fact that the pay of back on households when they take a risk is far less significant than the payback for professionals. And therefore, the incentive of taking risks is far less interesting in Europe due to this. Thank you, Philippe. Sophie, very quickly. Simple question, simple answer. Thank you for this simple but very important question. So yes, indeed, venture capital is open to savers. A lot of work has been done in this direction, and I was saying we invest 50 million and we raise 50 million savings. We raised 2.6 million last year via the individual, private individuals, and in particular through life insurance and special savings schemes. And those are part of the main directions of our action, France Invest, to make accessible to private individuals, to make venture capital available to them. I don't want to do any advertising, but I would like to say that among the players that do distribute to private individuals, Patrick Bouillon, etc. But regarding the question on capitalization, I'm not sure that we disagree with you, sir, at all. And the fact that savings will not create big flows. But today, there is no contradiction. There is a system of distribution retirement which has reached its limits. It's no longer an insurance system. It's funded by public expenditure. We won't come back over what was said, but it does, show the general inefficiency of the system. So the idea is to have savings that are directed specifically towards retirement savings with tax incentives, and generally that's the deductibility from your taxes for categories of populations that don't pay income tax, and with a closing of the funds. If you look at what exists, it works. The PER savings plan with the PACT works, but today, what is retirement by capitalization? It's the Euro funds and life insurance. And the tax incentive is over 8 years, and yet people do invest in this product that is not very interesting. And the yield is 3.5%. 10 seconds, just a few seconds. We also have another example, and that is the Dutch retirement reform, which really develops this, has moved towards a funded pension system. Sorry, we've lost the sound. I apologize. So we have examples, and these are very important examples that we must follow. So it's not a contradiction, but it's a redirection which is necessary for the future. Nicolas, 20 seconds to answer Philippe Trenot, and then Bertrand. You have your 3 minutes for the conclusion. So I think the question was about yields of the offers made to institutionals and private individuals. I don't agree with you. With comparable expertise and comparable products, the yields are very close. It's just that there are products that target retail with higher costs that are related to the distribution cost to indirectly gain access to thousands of distributors. If at the end of the day institutionals invest in products that give a higher yield than retail, it's first and foremost mainly a question of exposure and composition of the savings allocations. And this is the challenge of everything that we're talking about, in the interest, of course, of companies and the needs of production that we're trying to fund. And above all, when private individuals invest in the long term, we need to ensure that they can have exposure to asset classes that are a little bit more risky, but in the long term give a higher yield. And these are shares or private equity. I'm sorry for everybody who wanted to ask questions, but we're at the end of the round table, and Bertrand must now conclude our debates. I'm sorry, but afterwards you'll be able to chat with them when we get off the stage. Yeah, so this is... It's the glass half full, the glass half empty. I think that there was a certain amount of optimism among all of you. There is a subject that, one word that was not used, is that of financial education. Not that long ago, a dozen days ago, I was with friends in Burgundy, and there was one of them was a very well-known wine producer, and the other had a monopoly in France of the manufacturing of umbrellas and sunshades. So they're both getting on in years, and both of them were saying, I don't want to invest in the stock exchange. One, because he'd had an unfortunate experience after his first course in a management school. He bought shares and he went bankrupt, and the other by personal conviction. And I think the theme of education to encourage French people to go towards more risky investments and assets would allow us to respond better to the recommendation of the Dagui report. Thank you very much, Bertrand, for these closing words. Thank you to all five of you. And Bertrand's right. It was a very, very optimistic, and that's important this morning. We can see that, there are lots of questions, and well done, because you've really given us some directions and solutions. Thank you very much for your very clear explanations.
Bonjour et
Hello, and thank you for joining us to this session entitled Should Central Bank's Mandate be Revised? First of all, I'm going to introduce the speakers before we have a short introduction. So we have the Governor MacLuke from the Central Bank of Ireland, then we have Governor Sturnaras from the Bank of Greece, and Mrs. Danzan Baljir, who's a member of the Supervisory Board of the Bank of Mongolia. First, we'll have an introduction on this discussion by Professor Paulin, who will start the conversation, who will kick off the discussion once he's had his glass of water. Thank you. Thank you, Charlotte. We've known for some time that central banks have to pursue a main goal, price stability, and also stability of the financial system, including the banking system, two objectives that are independent to one another. But the central banks need to fulfill those duties. Generally, things are broader than that because Fed Reserve has a dual mandate. That means that it needs to work to make sure that they have a maximum of employment. And if you look at the statutes of the ECB, they say that it contributes to the objectives of economic policy of the community, which is very wide. So, a network of regulators was built accordingly. There are 445 regulators and also central banks to do what we call a greening of the financial system. This is justified, and this is actually this is an objective of the central banks for the stability of the financial system, because they don't want to avoid to grant loans to operations and investments that would be contrary to the greening of the economy, and so that would present risks from this point of view, no problem. But then if we go further, for instance, if we offer a policy of selective credit that would allow to grant loans in the better conditions to green investments rather than brown investments, as we say, then it's another kettle of fish. We would have choices to make, and there would be legitimacy, more reduced legitimacy from central banks. And this raises some issues, including for their independence, because today most central banks, a large part of central banks in advanced countries and even in emerging countries, have their own independence. And theoretically and in practice, we've shown that, and we've demonstrated that it's a better thing. To go further, even more, there is a question to tackle for the future. It's that the shock of economies that they will suffer in the future. It's a matter of a shock of a supply shock. That means a shrinking of production. This is what we had during the COVID pandemic. This is what we had also with the conflicts that broke out and that had an incidence on the price of raw materials. In this case, monetary policies are ill-equipped, and these are actions that are outside their control and their mandate. So, if it's true, then what could central banks do if not to serve the other economic policies, and especially the budget policy, which could raise problems of independence? Because if there's cooperation, we say often today that there should be cooperation, collaboration between monetary policies and budgetary policies, but in a case like this, well, politics prevail ultimately, and so the independence of central banks would be undermined accordingly. So, question mark, to what extent can monetary policies go, bearing in mind that they cannot on their own fight against these supply shocks as opposed to demand shocks? So we'll try to have an answer from the governors on this issue. Last point, which seems important to me, today we are in a situation where the dollar decided not to fulfill these obligations. They're trying even more to step away from these obligations. They should lose their exorbitant privilege of international currency status, of billing currency, of transaction currency, and reserve currency, as is the case today. We are in the right timing now to try to have other currencies, other international currencies, and we're thinking about the euro, but also the Chinese yuan. So the question is the following: what should be the policies of the central banks? What are the obligations that they should fulfill? Should these obligations be compatible with their other objectives and purposes? And I finish here with this introduction. Thank you, Professor Paulin, for setting the scene of this debate regarding the evolving role of central banks. With each crisis, there's a different role. The mandate is not the same from one country to another. And we'll talk about the common foundation, which is the independence of central banks, which justifies the powers vested in them. As the German economist Dangusch said, money is a too serious matter to leave it to political decision makers. It's a fundamental question for central banks. I will leave it to Mr. Makhlouf, because we're talking about levers and political drivers to non-elected representatives. What about the trust of citizens? It is key, isn't it? Hello, everyone. Thank you. And sorry, but I will speak in English.
Good morning, and thank you. And I apologize for speaking in English, but English is the language that us central bankers speak in, so it's my language. Bonjour, Denis. The question we're debating is not a technocratic question. I think that's the first thing that we should say. It's fundamentally a political question, because delegating a very significant economic power, the setting of interest rates, the maintenance of price stability, the maintenance of financial stability, is a very significant thing that democracies do. And I think we have to just keep thinking about what is it that democracies have decided to do, why have they decided to do it, and once that decision is made, how do you ensure that accountability for the decisions you take are maintained? And that is, to me, one of the fundamental platforms for ultimately the success of a central bank. And it relies hugely on trust. It relies hugely on the people of a country, in our case, the people of 20 countries and hopefully 27 countries, knowing and trusting that the central bank's actions are ultimately about delivering the mandate they've been given, which is price stability. In our case, in Europe, it's also about supporting the objectives of the European Union without prejudice to price stability. So that issue of trust is, for me, pretty fundamental. As I said, I think it's a political question. And I do think that if you're going to revise the mandates of a central bank, you have to think very carefully as to why you want to do that, as to how you're going to do that, and ultimately, how will the central bank account for exercising a new mandate so that it continues to maintain the trust of the public. From my perspective, if I can answer the question directly about what I think the ECB's mandate should be, I don't think it should be changed, because I think it's working. But I'm very happy to have a bigger discussion about that during the course of this morning. Thank you.
If I can ask you just on this question of trust, because we see a certain polarization in politics and central bankers being attacked publicly by politicians. We've seen Donald Trump against Jay Powell. So does that undermine the trust actively for central banks across the world, in your view?
You want me to start on that? Yeah, no, I do think, firstly, that central banks are helped if the system that has given them responsibility actually behaves in a way that supports that responsibility. So the political system has given central banks responsibility for price stability, and you would like to think that the people who operate in that sphere will then be supportive of the decisions that are made. So I think political attacks, doesn't matter who makes them, are unhelpful. But I do think that we have to recognize that the world has changed. You know, Francis Fukuyama said many years ago that political decay happens when people aren't prepared to change. And there is change clearly happening. But I think the responsibility on central banks, I think there is a responsibility on the political system, but the responsibility for central banks is to understand the change and to be proactive about managing it. And the single biggest thing that we can do that's different today from, say, 30 years ago is communicate and engage with the public. 30 years ago, arguably, we kept to ourselves, we made decisions, we occasionally talked to financial markets. But I think the world is now different, and we have to be prepared to talk to the public, to businesses, to households, using all the mediums that exist.
Governor Stounaras, you wanted to chip in on this question of trust and the question of the undermining of central bankers by politicians, given to the polarization of politics.
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this fantastic conference. I'm impressed by the introduction to this conference. I think it's a Bible of political economy, and I invite everybody to read the purposes of this conference. I will start with the ancient Greek philosopher Heraclitus, who said that everything changes and nothing stays. Central banks 50 years ago were different than what they are today. I just want to remind you that after the first oil price shock, Arthur Burns, then chairman of the Federal Reserve, instead of restricting monetary policy, he expanded monetary policy because he did not want Richard Nixon to jeopardize his election opportunities. And instead of monetary policy, he advocated price and wage controls. The result, a disaster. Great inflation, higher unemployment, stagflation. So we learned the first lesson that monetary policy should focus on price stability. Second lesson, independence of central banks to pursue price stability. I think this has been enshrined in statutes of almost all central banks today, and everybody accepts, from practice to academia, that central banks are performing a much better task today because they are independent. So we should keep it as a precious element. And I can say that the ECB is an example of an independent central bank that managed to deliver 2% inflation on average in all regimes, before the pandemic, after the pandemic, especially after the invasion of Ukraine by Russia and the oil price shock.
Hello? Thank you very much. And this is first time attending this great event. And thank you for organizers allowing me to attend this fantastic network events. And I'm representing the central bank. I'm not governor like my colleagues. I am sitting at the board of the central bank. Yes, 10 years ago, I was one of the governors, deputy governor of the central bank. I think the first the woman governor at the central bank. And today, I would like to ask the first question from the audience. How many of you been in Mongolia? How many of you visited Mongolia? Please raise the hand. 1, 2, oh, thank you. 3, great, 4. So I would, because many of you haven't visited Mongolia, let me say just a few seconds about Mongolia, where we are located. We are a landlocked country. My 2 neighbors, giant, powerful neighbors. One is China, other one is Russia. And landlocked country, small economy, open economy to everyone. And we are 3.5 million population, very young population. 70% of the population under age of 40. You could imagine. We do not have an aging problem like Europe, like China, like Japan. And we produce a lot of minerals, coking coal, iron ore, uranium, and recently we're working on rare earths to explore. And economy is growing. Last year, we grew the 4.9%. As a central bank, how old you can imagine? We are 100 years old. We celebrated 100 years anniversary of the central bank. And since the 1990, Mongolia is undergoing powerful economic transformation, moving towards to open market economy. Now we created the 2-tier banking system. One is the central bank, on the other hand, the commercial banks. According to the central bank law, the primary objective of the central bank is, can you imagine, price stability or stability of the national currency? What do you think?
I do. Well, probably to stability, price stability.
This is in hidden way. It is not said in the central bank law. Law says that we have to have the primary objective, stability of the national currency tugrik. And after this primary objective, we have a second objective, which is to contribute to balanced development of national economy, ensuring the financial stability of our financial markets, including the banking sector. Within these 2 scopes, we have the functions. We have to issue banknotes into the circulation, I mean the tugrik. Second, we are agent of the government. Thirdly, we manage the foreign exchange reserves of the country. We supervise and regulate the commercial banks. And we also manage the national payment system. The last but not least, the function is to support and to protect the legal rights of the bank's customers and depositors. You mentioned about trustworthiness of the central bank and also integrity. This is very important. For the central bank, governance is very important. We wanted to become, as institution, to become more digital, more greener, more pro-ESG, including the gender equality. And we are trying. Financial literacy is a high priority among our objectives. And at this moment, in Mongolia, we have 2 million accounts with the Facebook, very digital. And social media is very important. And even we pursue the good monetary policy, if the normal people do not understand the wording of the inflation reporting and annual report of the central bank with the sophisticated language, it's not worse. So we are trying, we are asking as a supervisory board member, asking the central bank to produce inflation report, any other reports in a simple, easiest language that every single person in Mongolia could understand, and that is the role of the central bank, to educate the people in financial literacy. If the people become more like European, saving skills to learn, then country would become better off. That's my opinion in this section of discussion. Thank you.
Et donc là, on vient d'avoir un exemple.
So we had a crystal clear example of the different missions that central banks could have depending on the country. Here we talk about financial education of population. There was a linchpin moment where the debate resurfaced on the mission of central banks. It was in June 2021 when Christine Lagarde said in a speech that as the academy, as the pandemic is spanning, we should talk about something else than preserving. We should go towards greening and digital economy, and that launched a debate. Is that the role of central banks to be active in ecological transition? We know that the Fed said it was not its role to engage in that avenue. And now we have debates on the funding of defense. So I would like to have your viewpoint. To what extent can the mandate of central banks be broadened? Defense, greening, ecological transition?
Let's start by saying that the euro area is a complicated area. It has still an incomplete financial architecture. We have fragmented markets. We are net importers of energy, not net exporters of energy like the United States. We have not yet completed banking union, and we have not yet completed capital markets union. So we have a long way to go. But that means there is a lot of upside. The central bank, the European Central Bank, and the Euro system cannot tackle all these problems. These are mostly for governments to do. But we can contribute to tackling all these problems, first of all, by providing a framework of stability, of trust, of confidence. This keeps interest rate low. We have managed to bring interest rates from 4% last year to 2% today. For instance, that helps investment. It helps investment in green transition. Of course, we contribute to digitalization. We want to create a digital euro. This is one of our tasks, and I hope the political system will also follow. So, we keep our mandate of price stability. This is the foundation, but we urge the political system to complete the banking union. We have now two benchmark reports. We have the Letta report about the integration of our markets, and we have the Draghi report about how to increase investment so that we close the gap with the United States, not only the investment gap, but also the productivity gap. So we have a plan today which we should follow. As far as the green economy is concerned, as you know, the European Central Bank in its monetary policy strategy has incorporated climatic change in its targets. We know that inflation is affected by climatic change. If you remember, with the heat in Southern Europe 2 years ago, inflation has been affected. So both inflation and output are being affected by climatic change. So we should not ignore this phenomena. We should take them into account in our targets, in our strategy, mostly, in our collateral strategy, and also as supervisors, we also stress testing banks for the effects of the green transition. So all in all, we need to make the Eurozone a complete financial market, a complete banking market, but price stability, in my view, should remain the main objective of the central bank. So, yes, mandates change. As I said in the beginning, 50 years ago we have been different, but I think price stability, which is enshrined in the treaty, and is enshrined for good purposes, because if we deviate sustainably from low inflation, not 0, 2%, this is going to have adverse effect on growth, on employment, on investment.
Donc sur l'idée de...
So on the idea of central banks participating to defense expenditure, so we cannot prosper in an environment where it is fragile in Europe. For the participation of EU to defense and military preparation should be a priority. Do you think that the role of central banks should take that into account?
I don't think that central banks can intervene in the dialogue regarding defense. We recognize the need to defend ourselves better, especially after the change in the United States policy, which is changing the post-war regime. But this is not the job of the central bank to say how this will be done. The central bank, so the ECB and the Euro system, as I said, recognizes the need to increase investment. And for that, we need to implement the two blueprints we have, I said before, the Letta report and the Draghi report. And to say in few words, we have asked banks, we have asked asset managers, why, despite the fact that Eurozone has a surplus of savings over investment, this is why we have a 3.5% of GDP current account surplus. This is because we save 3.5% of GDP more than we invest, and asset managers used to take these savings either in the form of deposit or in other instruments and invest them abroad, mostly in the United States. And the answer is because the rate of return of investment in Europe is not satisfactory, and second, because we don't have a liquid bond market. So we need to increase the rate of return of investment. How? By integrating our markets. The IMF has shown that the internal barriers to the European market are equivalent to tariffs of the order of 75% of GDP. Sorry, 75% effective tariff, 45% on goods, 100% on services. This is exactly the way how to proceed. Second, how to increase the liquidity so that we can invest our surpluses, our saving surpluses in Europe by providing more safe assets. We need safe assets. For instance, during the pandemic, we engineered the NGEU, the RRF, the Recover and Resilience Fund that the European Commission borrowed 800 billion euros. This is a way to proceed with safe assets. Now, if we proceed to a public good, which if European politicians consider to be defense, let's continue along the model that we had with the NGEU, the RRF. But we need a safe asset in order to increase the liquidity of the domestic bond market.
Et sur la question des outils et des leviers que la Banque centrale a.
What about the liquidity of the European market? Mr. Paulin said that it's a matter of supply shock, and the conventional monetary policies cannot respond to supply shocks. It's a matter of industrial policy. So since we'll have more shocks of this type, should we change the tools? And what could be the tools of the European Central Bank? Maybe Governor Macluf, you can answer to that. First, I would like to answer to the question of defense.
Because I agree with what Yanis just said, that it's not our role to get involved in in the increase in defense spending that's now starting. But I want to just explain how I think about the difference, because you made this contrast between green and defense. As Yanis said, for me, climate change is changing our economies. And the central banks need to understand how our economies are changing and how, what the impact of that will be ultimately on price stability, so that we can be forward-leaning and manage that. Defense is a choice made by the fiscal authority, by the government ultimately, as to where they want to put their money. You can choose to put it in defense. You can choose to build air conditioning for public conference centers. You can choose to put your money somewhere. It won't affect the way the economy works. So for me, there's absolutely nothing inconsistent with our mandate for the central bank to be interested in and concerned with what you would describe as green issues. Defense is a completely different thing, and I don't think the ECB has a role to play in that at all. Sorry, I've now forgotten your second question.
Sur les chocs d'offres et les...
On the supply shocks and the new levers that the bank could use for this.
Central banks need to... we've got actually a very powerful set of tools which we have been given. We obviously need to use them carefully, but in my view, we do have the toolkit to meet almost any shock. And if you think about what's happened in the last just 5 years, where an unimaginable lockdown in economies because of the pandemic, the war in Europe and its impact on energy, the turbulence that we had, we have to go back a bit further now. We've actually, in our financial markets, but just the last 5 years, we've seen, apart from a small blip in with recent inflation, we've actually seen price stability, we've actually seen financial stability, and we've used our tools to deliver that. The strategy review we've just done, I think, has helped us to understand how to use our tools perhaps better over the next 5 years or in the future. So we keep learning, but we've got a toolkit. I don't think we need new tools.
Je voudrais aborder la question du dollar, si je vais venir à vous, Madame Danzan-Balgir.
I would like to talk about the question of dollars. We're talking currently about the restructuring of the international monetary system and the question of the dollar as a global currency reserve. So I wanted to ask you, Mrs. de Pagiel, your point of view on that. Is the euro, is it a moment of opportunity for the euro or the yuan to gain a little bit more influence? And what does this involve for the monetary policies? First of all, for monetary policies, Madam.
Asking, and I would like to give just a few seconds about the previous two questions regarding defense versus green. And my opinion is that let's imagine that this is night, that we have a dark night, lots of stars, and there is the moon. The moon is the central bankers. We are the policy makers. We can say we won't harm, government or the government policies, We could tell them that it's better to go greener financing instead of war. We should say that peacemaking in the global level would make better off for everyone. Because if every person is happy, the central bank policies would be implemented easily. Our job would be easier. And the second, you talked about the conventional versus unconventional tools. Yes, we used, during the COVID time, unconventional unconventional tools, subsidized loans. But this is cost for the central bank, making many central banks with the negative net worth. This is again trustworthy of the central bank among the normal people. So it shouldn't be continuously used like everyday breakfast. We should stop, we should be more innovative, we should create more efficient, better tools rather than going unconventional policies. Let's go to your question regarding dollar. In the Mongolian case, the central bank, we do manage the foreign exchange reserves of the country. And as I told you, that we have the two neighbors, and we do produce and sell all of the minerals, mostly the 90% of the exports to China. And because the China previously much more interested in US dollar, but now the renminbi, Chinese renminbi, become the international currency. We believe that diversification to manage the foreign exchange is very important, and not only dollar, the euro and other currencies, including the gold, and must be in the basket, must be in the portfolio. And as you mentioned about investing in domestic bond, euro bond markets, we do invest in European AAA euro bonds, and emerging markets is very important, globalization very important, and I would ask the institutional investor look at Mongolia to invest, because the Mongolia is the emerging economy with the growth rate is last year 4.9%. Even though during the crisis time, we never set limitation on capital, always the free capital flow out, and there is no control over the foreign exchange. We do have a floating exchange rates, and we do create very nice friendly environment for investors, up to 27 years stable tax regime for the investors. And thank you.
Gouverneur Maclou, sur cette question de la politique.
On this question of the position of euro as a global reserve currency, is this desirable? And if it gains importance, what does this imply in terms of the mandate of the European Investment Bank?
Standing and the euro's role, I think a lot of this depends on your time horizon. So in my view, if you have a very long time horizon, I think we will see the dominance of the dollar fall, and the euro and other currencies increase in the global economic system. But I use those words, the long term, very deliberately, because I can't for the moment, for a number of reasons, see this happening quickly. So as Yanis was saying earlier, frankly, Europe's economic system is still not formed. And we've got a single monetary policy, and we've got a single currency. But there are too many other parts of the system that still need to form to actually create, ultimately, I think, essential fiscal capacity with a single safe asset to start, in some ways, you could say, to mirror the dollar. And I think it's when you get to that stage that you will see a greater use of the euro in financial markets, in businesses, trade and pricing, and etc. I think what we're seeing right now with the dollar is a realignment on the part, a readjustment on the part of investors who are seeing, it's not so much tariffs, which get a lot of headline, they're seeing the rule of law in the United States actually weaken. And they are responding accordingly, because that means there's greater risk to their investments and their assets, and they're adjusting. But I think it's a bit far to say that that's going to lead to the euro suddenly replacing it, because as I said, I don't think the euro is ready to do that. Of course, I do think, and this is the second thing that's happening, I do think that opportunities that we're seeing right now in the global economic scene, there are opportunities that we at the ECB, but also political leaders across Europe should be taking. Because these opportunities to actually increase the standing of the European Union, to strengthen its sovereignty and its autonomy, I think these things matter and they need to be taken. I did quite deliberately talk about the very long term and other currencies, because ultimately the very long term, I would expect an economy like China's, once its capital controls are removed, to start playing a much more active role in the global economic system than it is now. It seems an inevitable, if you stand back and you look at the trajectory of the global economy, I mean, the center of the global economy has been moving east now for probably the last 30 years. And it's hard to see that trajectory suddenly change, but it'll take some time for the dollar to lose its current status.
Gouverneur Sounaras, vous vouliez dire quelque chose là-dessus?
Would you like to say something on this?
I'd like to say that I fully concur with our colleague from Mongolia that we should first try to talk to each other and then fight. So peace, in my view, is a much better project than war. But I fully also concur with what Gabriel said about the role of the dollar and the euro. But I want to complement by saying that what changed actually is the imposition of tariffs. Of course, this is not the only reason that the dollar is weakening. It's the rule of law that Gabriel espoused, but also the fiscal situation and the sustainability of public debt in the United States. But let me start with tariffs. I think one of the strongest laws in economics, which has been preserved over the last 100 years after David Ricardo's speeches, famous speeches in the British Parliament, is that the law of comparative advantage. Unfortunately, it seems that some politicians do not understand the law of comparative advantage. That law and the ensuing liberalization of trade in the last 100 years has increased the welfare of the planet. So now, and I can also say one example why this is not correct, what is happening today. In the past, it was the weaker that wanted to impose tariffs. For instance, when Bismarck wanted to follow the example of the British manufacturing, he imposed tariffs. And he used the expression, this is to protect the infant industry. So now, to have the strongest and the most innovative economy of the planet imposing tariffs, sorry to say, it is absurd. Who is going to be hurt first? I think America. So those who impose tariffs will be hurt first, and the evolution of markets and the dollar, I think, is witnessing this result. So if you combine tariffs with the attacks on the Fed and on institutions, with the questions on the fiscal sustainability of the United States following the beautiful tax bill, it explains the evolution of the dollar exchange rate in the recent weeks. I fully agree with Gabriel. The status of the dollar is not going to change from one day to another. The euro is in a position to gain share in international reserves, but using the, again, sorry to say that again, the ancient Greek saying that you don't only, it is not sufficient to have Goddess Athena help you. You have to move your hands as well. So we need to do things in Europe. We need to complete the banking union, to complete the capital markets union, to have a safe asset, to eliminate the internal barriers. So in this way, the euro can increase its share and its role in the international financial market. So China, yes, but as far as China has progressed a lot, very impressively, but as far as it continues to have capital controls and lack of liberalization of its banking and financial system, it's difficult to understand how the one can gain at the expense of the dollar. So the euro now is in a very good position to gain, provided, of course, that we do what Gabriel and myself have said in the beginning.
Madame, vous vouliez dire un mot juste avant qu'on prenne des questions du public?
Did you want to say something?
Whether we are going to invest in euro, and in order to make euro like American foreign exchange reserve currency, I would like to note that People's Bank of China 10 years ago, RMB was not that known to international financial market. What China did, People's Bank of China making the swap arrangement with the central banks around Asia. And in order to make a euro like following the People's Bank of China's experience, that ECB must create kind of tools, kind of swap arrangements for central banks like in Asia. Then it would be easy to invest more, of course, in Europe. But in order to invest Europe, we have to see the structure, investment, and budget where they are spending. So if too much in defense and destruction, all of everything would make not much interested in euro to invest. And this is my comment.
Merci beaucoup. On va prendre des questions du public.
Thank you very much. We're going to take some questions from the audience. Thank you. Thank you for these fascinating presentations. Cosmo Jakiashulevuk, I'm first student representative within the board of SCP and co-creator of the equity startup and member of the youth project. My question will be in English because it addresses the governor of the Bank of Greece.
Sat at the very seat you're sat in and said that he wanted the EU to launch a fully integrated savings and investment union with harmonized rules, a single legal regime option, and a unified approach to financial supervision and market access. He said he wanted that to be launched on the 1st of July 2027, which, as you'll know, is quite symbolic because it marks the start of the Greek presidency of the Council of Europe. I wanted to know what your reaction to that is and whether you support it. If you support it, what you think Greece's role would be in making it a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. As you know, Greece has passed over a very difficult period, but it proved to be a success story. It overcame all the difficulties and disproved all those who were saying that we should leave the euro, including many famous academics, I'm sorry to say, because they misunderstood and they thought that leaving a currency is equivalent to a devaluation. It was a great mistake. Leaving a currency hasn't happened before in history in any country, and it implies much, much worse things. But yes, I think 2 years is enough time to complete the banking union. The banking union, as you know, in the last few days, there was an agreement for CMDU, for crisis management deposit insurance. So there is an agreement, and I think the procedures in the following weeks will confirm this progress. So capital markets union, yes, savings and investment union. Savings is a euphemism because, as I said, we have enough savings in Europe. we need investment. So we need to turn savings into domestic investment. I described 2 conditions for this to happen. So 2 years is enough for this to happen. And I will be very happy if this coincides with the Greek presidency, with a proud Greece that made sure that it overcame its difficult problems of the past. It had the biggest adjustment, fiscal adjustment, of every OECD country in history, more than 17% of GDP, even more. It did a lot of reforms, stabilized the banking system, and of course, its peers, especially from the Eurogroup, they compensated Greece, giving it the biggest financial assistance ever given to any country in history. More than 150% of GDP in new loans, cheap loans with a long maturity. So it was a win-win situation. Greece is repaying back its debt. Also, it has brought back the payment of its debt. So that was an example of European cohesion and fraternity, I think. So I would be extremely proud and happy if if savings union and investment union confirmed on the 1st of July 2027.
Merci beaucoup. Il nous reste 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. We have 3 minutes. We have 1.5 questions, so 1 question, and then we will go to the conclusions with Jean-Paul Paulin. Thank you. Philippe Franchet, I'm the manager of Private Equity Fund. I have a question on the dependency and the fact that central banks are not elected because the monetary policy is a subject that is too important to be reserved to politics. Do you think that the budget is too important a subject to be handed over to politicians, and are certain elements of the budgetary policy, should these be dealt with by independent organizations and not elected representatives? We talked about green and defense, but would you see this extended to other areas? And I would also like to question you on cryptocurrencies to know whether this is not a form of the people grabbing back its independence, because certain central banks increase the monetary mass in a rather exaggerated manner. 2.5 minutes to answer all of that.
It would take me too long to answer crypto, but I think there is a big difference between monetary policy and budgetary policy. Monetary policy is essentially focused on price stability. It's a technical tool, ultimately. Budgetary policy is ultimately about choice. It's about the political system choosing what it will prioritize. And I think that is absolutely for the politicians to be deciding. I don't think you can delegate budgetary policy to an independent institution. I mean, you can have things, you can have institutions to make sure you're keeping to budgetary rules, but I don't think the decisions themselves are of the same nature as monetary policy. So it's ultimately for the politicians to make those choices.
Professeur Paulin, désolé, on a squeezé un peu votre...
Professor Paulin, sorry, I'm afraid we've run over the time into your conclusion. Yes, well, the conclusions. What I take home from this debate is, first of all, that the club of central banks is still united around independence. That is so important to it. And moreover, I entirely share this point of view as a theoretician. We've seen, and it's also true in Mongolia and as in other countries, I would say that here I hear a certain optimism with regard to the possibility of central banks of going beyond their traditional objectives. On this point, there would be a lot of discussion to have. But, and finally, this idea of deglobalization of the dollar captures my interest. That has been announced for a long time, and it has been wanted for a long time, in particular by the BRICS. And this could indeed become true quite quickly. But for this to happen, on the side of China, we need a liberalization of capital movements, and on the side of Europe, we just need a union of savings and investment, which is robust. And for this, there is a lot to be done, in particular on the side of budgetary policy. And there must also be a banking union, of which we have the premises, but which remains to be built. Thank you very much, Professor Pauling, and thank you to our participants.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Good afternoon, everybody. So, since Thursday, we've been looking at two key subjects. The rencontre économique in Aix, the economy, of course, and the fact that it really is very hot. This brings us together, it worries us, and it's raising questions. And so, in the full of this heat wave, at the beginning of the week, the French Council for the Climate published its 2025 report, which you can see online. It said that in 2024 was the hottest year ever recorded in the world. In France and in Europe, extreme events are growing, intensifying, and accelerating, and in the face of that, public action is not sufficient. Insufficient in terms of investment, insufficient in terms of planning, with a negative impact on our trajectory in terms of CO2 reduction. The subject which we're going to be talking about for the next hour today is really at the heart of our concerns. It's about preserving common goods. So, alongside me, I'm delighted to welcome Carlos Alvarado Quesada, who's the former president of Costa Rica. Alain Richard Donwahi, who's president of COP15 of the United Nations Convention on Combating Desertification and Drought. Thank you for being with us. Then we have Véronique Bédague, who's Chief Executive Officer of Nexity. Philippe Pascal, who's Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Paris Airports Group. And then Philippe Bajou, who's the Deputy CEO of the La Poste Post Office Group in France. And it is Anne Perrault who will be introducing the debate on behalf of the Circle of Economists. Thank you, Isabel. So given what we're talking about, it's worth just defining the purpose of this session. And that's not as straightforward as you might imagine. For economists, there is this concept that has been long defined, the notion of public goods. And this means that there is no rivalry. So when one person consumes the good, it doesn't prevent other individuals from consuming. So here we're talking about public lighting, national defense, and then also non-exclusion. That's the other fact that defines a public good, i.e. we cannot exclude people from benefiting from this, even if people have not taken part in funding and financing this. But here we're talking not about public goods, but common goods. So this means that it's a little bit more vague, but there are nevertheless a number of different definitions, and perhaps we could fix one of them, which would define common goods as things that there can be a rivalry, so consumption by some may prevent others from using them, but they remain non-exclusive, so we can't exclude people from using them, whether or not they've paid for this good. And then beyond common goods, there are other goods that are part of the same category and are treated together with them by economists. So these are goods that create externalities, positive or negative externalities. So knowledge, healthcare, vaccination, we'll come back to that later. These are goods that lead to externalities that are treated in the same way as public goods and common goods for the reasons I'm going to explain to you. So all of these goods, what do they have in common? Well, the truth is they are produced in non-optimal ways. If we only work and depend on market mechanisms, and if we only work with rational economic agents. So, for example, vaccination. If you decide whether to be vaccinated or not, generally, except in a situation of a major epidemic, I won't talk about COVID here, but you tend to make a decision based on what vaccination is how vaccination is going to benefit you, and any issues that you might have, what it might cost you, fever that you might have as a side effect. But you tend to poorly take into account the fact that in vaccinating yourself, you are protecting other people from disease. And this is a good that has a positive externality. And so we can't just depend on individual calculations of agents to ensure that a good is produced and consumed in quantities that are effective for the collective. Of course, there are also negative externalities. We're going to talk a lot about CO2, but perhaps an example which would be closer to us geographically, a common good which is a public good. There is over-tourism, which leads to tourism nuisances. So, for example, here in the Calanque, in the region, when we invite people to pay for entrance to the Calanque National Park, we are trying to manage the handling of this common good, and that opens up a whole lot of debate about what kind of public policy we need to adapt when over-tourism threatens to destroy natural sites, such as the Calanque. Should we regulate through quantity and say that the 200 first people to arrive are those who will have the right to enter, or are we going to say, well, people should pay, and only people who accept to pay will be able to enter the Calanque? So this opens up another debate, which is really fundamental today. Given the extent of these common goods, how can we design public policies that are acceptable for people? And of course, there is this question that if we get people to pay externalities, that means we're going to take people out of consumption. Of course, we want to reduce consumption. And what we're going to do, though, is exclude some people from consumption who would like to be able to, for example, go to the Calanque or have pure air, etc. So these negative externalities of public policy is really essential. So if we, for example, think of these questions, we think of acceptability associated with the carbon tax and also feasibility. So if there was a carbon tax associated to a single continent, well, there's a risk that businesses leave this area to another country, and actually overall we'd have no impact on pollution. Generally there'd be an impact on local economy because business would leave, but it's not good for the climate either, because these businesses are simply going to go to countries where there are less restrictions around polluting procedures, and therefore that will just increase CO2 emissions globally. And so policies that are not thought through in a smart way, and I just want to say it really is very complicated to think about these policies in a really comprehensive way. So often we prioritize the objectives that we have, but you can see with this example that we really need to think about how we're going to make pricing of externalities more efficient. So, for example, putting in place taxes is a good thing, because when prices rise, demand falls. And so everyone agrees that that will therefore reduce consumption or CO2 production. But it's much more complicated from the perspective of acceptability. But there are solutions. So we could give possibilities to people who want to move freely in an area, but we can put in place taxes or incentives to encourage people to modify. So there can be standard transfers which don't depend on behaviors to compensate what will be charged elsewhere when people travel, for example, in an internal combustion engine vehicle. That could be a way perhaps to help people to accept carbon tax. So I think we're going to be talking about all these questions, but all these questions are really very complex, and so I'm really delighted to introduce this panel session. Thank you very much, Anne. Carlos Alvarado Quesada, so you are the former president of Costa Rica. Between May 2018 and May 2022, Costa Rica is an excellent example, a model example of the Paris Accords. You haven't had an army since 1948. Your energy is almost 100% renewable, and you have reversed the process of deforestation. So my question is very simple. How can you tell us specifically how do we preserve common goods? Thank you very much. It's really a pleasure to be here. I'm going to be speaking English.
Examples. One of the recent past of how to work in public common goods, and what are we looking to the future, but going to the COP in Brazil, and what is we're aiming to do. So in 2019, Costa Rica hosted the pre-COP in San Jose, and before that, the Paris Agreement that was agreed in 2015, there was the agreement but not concrete roadmap to implementation. So in Costa Rica, we did one thing. We created the first decarbonization plan in the planet after the Paris Agreement to how to implement that roadmap in a sustainable economic way to disengage growth and well-being from emissions. But another thing we do connected to that was what is known now as the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People. So together with France, with the UK, Costa Rica, small group of countries said the following: life in the planet is connected to nature. Everything we eat, we use, everything around us, what we breathe, depends on nature. If we exhaust nature, we exhaust ourselves. And that is not a hypothesis. It's a matter of time. So scientifically, it's proposed that we need to preserve at least 30% of ecosystems in land and 30% of ecosystems in the ocean if we are to survive. And the dare was to do it by 2030. And that was the High Ambition Coalition 2019. Back then, everybody said, it's too ambitious, it's impossible, it's not going to happen, it's too expensive. But after 2019, it was 4 countries. A couple of months later, it was 40 countries. By 2022, more than 100 countries adopted that goal. And in the COP of Biodiversity on December of 2022, 190 countries agreed through diplomacy and multilateralism to protect 30% of the ocean and 30% of the land. Very few people know that, but it's perhaps one of the most important advancements to protect the planet. And in our case, because we want to lead by example, while I was president, we had already protected more than 30% of our land. But Costa Rica territory is only 8% land. We are 52% ocean. And our ocean was only 3% protected. So we took the next level and we went from 3% of ocean protected to 30% around the Cocos Island. That 30% is larger than Costa Rica in the continent. That is to preserve oxygen. That is to preserve the future of tuna fish resources to feed the planet. It has lots of positive spillovers, but somebody has to pay for that. So it was the government of Costa Rica, philanthropies, taxation, private support, and other government support that made that a reality. And that is happening in many countries. Also, Panama did the same, Colombia did the same, Ecuador did the same. And now in the Pacific Islands is moving into that direction. So that to say, yes, it's possible what seemed impossible. But what are we heading now? Tropical forest. It's one of the main assets to preserve oxygen, to absorb carbon, to protect biodiversity. The problem, not enough money to finance it. What is it we're aiming to do as a global community towards Brazil? And I end that with that. The mechanism is called the TFFF, the Tropical Forestry Fund Forever. So how is it that we're going to fund the protection of the tropical forest? We need to create a fund of a couple of $100 billion from governments, from private sector. But it's not a grant. It's a hedge fund that goes to market in sustainable investments. And the profit from those investments go to the forest and to the indigenous communities. So we create a fund that creates wealth, and that wealth is directed to the fund. So it's not a grant scheme. But also the wealth serves to pay back the investment, and that ownership goes to the owners of the forest. So that's the mechanism we're putting into place toward Belén. One caveat, it needs to be born big to be allowed to do all that. But if we manage to do that, we'll be protecting tropical forests in the planet, not with grants or with loans, but through investment. And I'm sure that many people here with CEOs of companies might be interested to listen more to that, but that's the next generation of how we protect common goods.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Quesada.
Very much, Mr. Quesada. So, the president of COP15, you worked on the desertification, the degradation of soils, which is a problem at the world level, which impacts Africa, your country of origin, your continent of origin. 80% of the land no longer produces a phenomenon that's amplified by climate warming and human activity, which has a very negative impact on food safety and food security and the impoverishment of populations. Do you agree with Mr. Quesada, Mr. Danawai, to try to embark a certain number of countries to work on issues of such importance, you know, when the governments can have eventually other concerns to deal with, immediate concerns to work on? Well, I agree with my neighbor, not because I know him already, but because Costa Rica is a model for a lot of countries in the world. A model because, one, they understood that we needed to change our mindset, change our behaviors, accept that things needed to change, first thing. And they demonstrated by not having an armed force for 70 years now, they use these funds for the environment. So I wouldn't have a job there because I was the Minister of Defense in my country, so I wouldn't have had a job. But I was also Minister of Water and Forests, so that's why I went to Costa Rica as the Minister of Water and Forests to see what they were doing there. But I think there needs to be a change of mindset at the highest level. The level of the government, the populations, to have the good behavior with a view to common goods and the environment. And for this, you have to raise the awareness of people. First of all, the elected representatives that we are, then the populations. And the populations are difficult to make aware because the concept of common good is not well understood by all. In a lot of societies in Africa and the Ivory Coast, at least what I witnessed, being an elected representative, some populations concern the common good as belonging to no one. So we don't take care of it because nobody owns it. We don't take care of the forests because nobody owns them. We put our waste in the streets because it doesn't belong to anybody. We don't maintain the common good because there's no ownership, and often because we don't pay taxes or taxes on that. And so the concept of common good is not necessarily well understood by all. But we need to be concerned with this and take care of it. If I take the case of the Ivory Coast, when we realized that we had destroyed 80% of our forests in 6 years, not only by cutting the trees, but by developing agriculture. So agriculture, farming activities, of course, had a strong impact on the destruction of the forest. When we realized that, well, we had to take immediate decisions, urgent decisions to change the trend. And so we had to have an institutional program, change the legislation. We had to develop a new forest code and laws to be adapted to the objectives we had set, and also develop new policies with set goals, clear goals, targets for 2030 to be able to proceed with reforestation, replant trees, and change the trend. So it's a major project which is ongoing and that we have to finance. So when we have budgets that are turned towards immediate achievements for the well-being of communities in a developing country, for the basic infrastructure. While you can understand that the forest is not at the top of the list of our concerns. And so those investments are not at the on top of the list. So we have to think of financing by counting on on ourselves, and then on external contribution. But you know, external contributions, we have a lot of international conferences, a lot of COPs since 30 years, a lot of summits where us elected representatives make a lot of declarations, and then afterwards we do nothing. And we end up a year or 2 years later to talk about the same thing. So you can't count on outside investments. Regarding the Ivory Coast, we cover 30% of our investments. We have to count on internal resources. So internal resources, how do you mobilize them? Notably the private sector. The private sector will invest only if it has a good return on investment, if they consider the reforestation is an investment, a protection of nature. So we try to develop a policy that enables the private sector to invest in the reforestation process with agroforestry, a concept that is quite innovative to enable the private sector to invest in agroforestry and thus finance reforestation. So the revenue, the income, the return on investment is drawn from the foodstuff, from the agricultural products, and the state, of course, finances with the private sector the reforestation. Something quite innovative that wasn't accepted by the international financial systems. They thought that agriculture would destroy the forest and we couldn't mix agriculture and forest, but we have to mix it, yes, when it's beneficial, and ensure that the forest is not considered as a good only something to preserve, but as a resource that is sustainable. So that needs to be renewed. So thank you very much, Mr. Donaoui. So the transition with you, Véronique Béling, the president of Next City, the CEO, the role of the private sector and of corporations, businesses. So the question is, how do we reconcile the end of the world and the end of the month? How do we reconcile the preservation of common goods and the need to build housing? Well, it's an interesting question. I must admit that when Les Rencontres d'Aix offered me to take the floor on this round table, I felt, well, my job is not on that. I'm a promoter, you know the iconography. I'm a person who produces cubic meters of concrete, destroys biodiversity, and obviously, and we did that. We destroy farmlands. And so what I feel like saying today, my job today and with my teams is an activity that is quite different, that's changed a lot since I joined Next City 8 years ago. My job consists in producing housing. In sustainable development, you have to never forget the human beings. You know, when you leave the human being aside, there's a backlash. So my trade consists in offering housing to everybody. I'm not going to go back on the issue of housing, but I'm just saying that we excluded youth from big urban areas for ownership or for rentals. The youth today can't afford housing in the heart of the city's downtown areas. It was not a topic when I was young, but it's a very, very serious problem. And we accompany the mayors in the transformation of the city. That's my job. And the topic of common goods is now at the heart of our trade. The protection of the common good is a big topic of the 21st century. And for us, in Next City, it forces us to redefine our work. Our first common good, water. So don't listen, please. We have drinking water in our toilets, in our washing machines, in our showers. So that can be, you know, it can be discussed. We proposed a white book on water, and we established partnerships to use potable water and drinking water in a better way and have decentralized systems that enable to deal with these topics. Another common good, I was in someone on the train, you know, he saw my documents and everything, and he asked me questions. And I said, well, a common good, a rare product is real estate. And he just broke down in tears and laughing. And he said, madam, you know, look, we can build everywhere, but this ignores what you said in the end. Today, our life is linked with the space we leave to nature. Very important. And this new awareness is new. I'm looking at the land available for construction. I wouldn't go there, but anyway. But it's a really new awareness how we protect the ecosystems. I think that one of the rare promoters who approved the law on non-artificialization of the soil. It's important to leave room for nature that we need to survive, but it changes our activity, it changes our trade. You know, in X, I always try to convince on reasonable development. When you have real estate in downtown areas and that I'm asked to build one story when you could just build three, and it's a waste because you have to find housing to people, and it's inside the city, so why not approve 3-story high buildings? And there's also the problem of urban regeneration. It's very complex, much more difficult to transform downtown area land than to build housing out in nature, you know, in the outskirts. But it's more reasonable in the downtown areas. You have water, you have all the utilities, you have transport. If you leave the city, you have cars. So it's essential, not easy. But what I find interesting, besides the standards, I think that everybody should take their own responsibility. If everybody took their responsibility, the governments, private operators, and also the individuals, we would go much faster. My company is committed. We've always been committed. I have a trajectory for 2025, and I respect it. And I think, I'm sorry to go back on my trade, but it's a comparative advantage. Because today, when I'm talking to a mayor and he's convinced that in the end, this balance between the human being and the respect of nature is really at the heart of my business, I think I have a competitive advantage when I talk to the mayor with these words. And so both are not incompatible in the private sector. Thank you very much, Véronique Bédag. Philippe Pascal, CEO of the Paris Airport Group. Going to the recent study on the social and transport environment, the CO2 emissions of air transport have increased by 4% in 2024 and have remained stable at the European level, roughly 5 Vespas. The decarbonization of this sector, despite the best will in the world, despite all technological advances and the framework, you can no longer travel from Paris to Bordeaux by fly from Paris to Bordeaux nowadays. Isn't that a waste of time? And the decarbonization of the system, isn't that a mere illusion? Sorry for this harsh question.
Thank you for this very direct question. First of all, to say for the aviation sector, dealing with carbon is absolutely essential. The aviation sector is only going to exist in the long term if it succeeds in reducing carbon. It's an obligation for the aviation sector, but also for the environment and the world. Our job is to connect people, to connect nations, and connecting them is the opposite of this trend to withdraw into ourselves. And when you look at the introduction from the person who created the International Aviation Organization, the focus is about bringing people together. So your question is inviting me to encourage that this possibility of reducing carbon is actually possible. And so this is with an ambitious roadmap. We're going to make this possible, and it's going to be achievable. If we think about aviation that could be used in a reasoned way, i.e. that everyone uses an airplane when it's necessary and relevant from an environmental perspective. This is the case, and we're seeing with young people, for example, today, people who are the most sensitive to the environment are those who travel more and more. So first, that's the first point. We need to really lobby for a reasoned use of air transport. So that means that we need to focus on intermodal options. Airplanes are not the competitors of train, we are allies. We also need to work on reducing the carbon of our activities. And here I'm going to try and analyze things a bit. So there's three aspects. There's reducing carbon on the ground, reducing carbon in the construction of infrastructure, and then reducing carbon in terms of flights. On the ground, we've been working on this for over 15 years. Like most airports around the world, we've done 80% of the work. We will, by 2023, by 2030, Orly in Paris will be totally carbon-free, 2035 for Charles de Gaulle. This links into the way we deal with fleets, also the way in which airplanes are connected to electric power when they're on the ground. It's also about how we cool and heat the buildings using geothermal power, which is already in place in Orly and which is being wrapped up now in Charles de Gaulle. And it's also where we think about energy sources. And then there's also an intermodal approach. So this also means preventing cars from coming. And this is why we need to have intermodal approaches. So line 14 of the metro has come to Orly. Line 17 and 18 are going to be going to Charles de Gaulle and Orly. And then various other transport links are making this station a key aspect. The second aspect is construction. Today we are trying to add new construction methods by recycling materials. New materials are constructed from low-carbon concrete or wood, including in our airports and in our most beautiful infrastructure. And the third aspect is the reduction of carbon around flights. There are three technologies here. There's electricity, sustainable fuel, and hydrogen. Electricity, this is not a fiction. Safran has certified its first electric engine. It's going to be a nine-seater plane is going to be approved in about 2.5 years. And then it will be 18 seaters, etc., etc. And soon, in the long term, I'm talking 2030, 2035, internal flights will be electric flights. In terms of sustainable fuel, this is the second technology. We don't need new infrastructure for this. Infrastructure that use kerosene can work with sustainable fuel. Air France is the leading purchaser of sustainable fuel in the world. We've recently had jets that arrived using 100% sustainable fuel, but the challenge is to develop a whole industry around this, and we're working with the whole aviation sector on this. So we're also developing synthetic sustainable fuel, and that has a dual advantage. It can be used in flights, but it's also made using CO2 emissions. And then there's the third technology, which is hydrogen. Hydrogen is already operational on the ground. The technology is there, but once there is a business model in place, for the moment there isn't a business model in place. Because hydrogen takes space and therefore it takes seats, so the business model doesn't work yet at the moment. Thank you very much. Philippe Bajou, you are Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the La Poste Group. I'm sorry, but you're also one of the big logistics players. and you deliver a whole number of packages. Your key competitors are Amazon and others, so you pollute a great deal. What are you doing to reduce the pollution associated with your activity? Is that really just something that's just impossible? Is it just bluff? Or are you going to show that it's actually possible to reduce carbon in your activity? Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you really very, very much, Isabel, for this direct question. I just want to go 50 years back in the past into 1964. I can see some young people smiling, but some people who are my age will remember. They'll remember that there was a presidential candidate called René Raymond, who said that the greatest threat for our planet was the increase of the rate of carbon in our atmosphere. And I think that from what we can see from all the fans around the room is that we have concrete proof of that here in Aix and all around the world. So yes, we are a big logistics group. We deliver in France. To just talk about France, we deliver 50% of packages every day. And in 2012, we decided that we need to work really seriously on our carbon footprint. So we decided to electrify our vehicle fleet. This was not an easy decision to make financially, and it wasn't easy technologically either. Why? Because financially, thermal combustion engines seemed cheaper over the long term, and technically in France there was no electric vehicle production sector in France at the time. And we knew that with the growth of e-commerce, we were going to contribute to the saturation of cities, to pollution, and perhaps to public health issues. So that's why we made this decision. So, of course, we could have waited to make this decision for the public authorities, as they did for passengers. They organized public transport. Public transport became a public good, but we thought that perhaps they would do the same thing. And in terms of what's still happening around the low emission zones, we're still waiting for this. But we've talked a lot about natural common goods, but I'd like us to expand the subject a little bit in the way that we heard from Anne Perrault in terms of social common goods. We are extremely committed in this area because we want to ensure that we are present across the whole of our French territory. We must continue to welcome the whole population in all of our contact points, whether it's a vulnerable population or whether these are wealthy population. We need to offer them opportunities for transport of their goods. We need to operate banking options, insurance options, mobile phone options, and also help people who are struggling with digital technology to work with this technology. So you're going to say to me, well, of course, you are a public company. And I'll say, well, yes, but we are 100% in a competitive environment. We have competitors in all of our activities. So what happens when a responsible business that is concerned about how it consumes common goods and sometimes reduce its production when it's necessary? And what happens when it's faced with businesses that are only seeking profit? What happens when this business decides to use clean, more expensive production methods? Well, it's clear. The business loses market share, and there's a potential for it being excluded from the market. And at that point, the person that wins is the person who is less respectful of the environment, who consumes common goods and destroys collective well-being. So it's good to be a responsible company. It's good to be a company that is careful with common goods, but in the long term, does it work? Do we not need a framework that's going to make it possible to have long-term competition? Do we not need a framework for that? Thank you very much for that. So we're going to try and go round very quickly now. So please try and be very concise so that everyone can speak. Mr. Bajou was asking whether we need a framework. And we're not talking about so there will be no disloyal competition. And so we've heard, Mr. Carlos Alvarado Quesada, we've heard your ambitions, we've heard about how you want to fund this through the private sector, but in a world that's increasingly fragmented, and we can see what's happening around the United States and how unpredictable it is, do you not feel like we're actually going backwards? And do you not feel that what you've built on paper might end up in the bin, with some people who are deciding that actually it's the law of the strongest that really works today? Sorry, that was a very long question, but...
I really enjoyed the interventions, what I heard, particularly Monsieur Pascal when he said, our craft is to connect. I wish more politicians say that. Our craft is to connect, not to divide. Let's put it this way, we're talking about common goods. So we tend to put the attention on the goods. There's a question underlined there. The common goods for whom? And that is important. Is it the common goods for the Costa Ricans? Or for Côte d'Ivoire? Or for France? It's common goods in the sense that it's shared. Again, by whom? We tend to think now of East and West, competition, of North and South, inequality, justice. But the notion of common goods, of connection, only makes sense in a scenario in what we share is common humanity. And therefore, everybody has the right for those goods. That's the only scenario in which that makes sense. Because if I don't see the humanity in the other, why will I see the right in the other for that good? And that I'm afraid that's what's happening with fragmentation. We want to arm ourselves. Why? To protect. And to protect what from the other? And then we have that notion to privatize some of the good for us. Who is the us? If we have an us, that means there's a them. And that is destroying us. And that, as my friend Minister said, Alain, it starts with a mind shift. First thing to preserve common goods, it's finance, yes, it's the money, it's the mechanisms, but starts here and here, recognizing the humanity of the others and being willing to connect to the others, even though, especially if we disagree. And that's, I believe, the challenge today we have.
Merci beaucoup. Denoy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Denoy. We understood how you embarked corporations by showing that there could be a profitable activity when preserving common goods, but you also demonstrated it was more complicated to involve the populations who don't feel concerned. So shouldn't we create special tax schemes or set a public frame that coordinates or constrains eventually? You know, what do you think of that? Well, as far as the governments or authorities, obviously you have to adapt. We have to adapt our policies to the population's concern. But what I think is the most important is to be inclusive, include these populations in the seeking of solutions so that they feel concerned, involved. And if you don't do that, and we saw that earlier, the President mentioned just before of the indigenous populations, and we see in a lot of the policies that are implemented to fight against desertification, the lack or there's not sufficient action to include indigenous populations who often have ancestral solutions for the preservation of common goods, because it's the modernity that led them to talk about private goods. It wasn't in their mindset before that. So these communities had the sense of community, the sense of the common good and the preservation of this common good. And it's modern life that led them to talk about private, and us talk about private goods. So really taking over these public goods. And we should step back and go to these communities which often have solutions to preserve the common good. And I think the politicians and government authorities have to take them into account too. So thank you. Monsieur, you were for, Madame Bédag, you were for standards to protect against the artificialization of soil. So we have to continue to add regulations. We should respect and not step back. You also started by saying some elected representatives say there are too many environmental rules. You talk about the low emission zones, for example, and you think that we should resist. I think we're doing good, but at the same time, I think the common good cannot boil down to standards. And the Green City for a long time was the standard. We talked about standards, but it's the first tier. There's a lot to say on the Green City, on the reality of nature in the cities. But I think there's a second common good, and that stems naturally from what you said. I think that I wrote a book a few months ago on what I call praising the cities. And I think that everybody was talking about the Green City, but the Blue City is also important. The Blue City is the city of being happy to live together, and I think we have to promote both. If you impose a Green City, it's a bit what you're saying, without also working on the social relations and the pleasure of living together, then it will collapse. And when I look at the city, we have to work on inclusion. I'm shocked to see that we've pushed the youth outside the hearts of the cities, and obviously uncivil behaviors is a poison. I was reading the paper this morning, some pools were closed down all over France because of uncivil behaviors. So we deprive a lot of people from a tool that they need today, especially with this warm spell, the Blue City, the city of inclusion, of public space. In our development activities, we work on the public spaces. I talk about beauty also. I think beauty is important. You'll say, oh, it's a subjective element, but no. So to work increasingly on the Blue City, and I am now, Green City, everybody talks about that, but I'm a big defender of the Blue City, a promoter of the Blue City with this blue background. Perfectly. It matches, and so both Philips have talked about unloyal competition. It's good to work on carbon emissions and to preserve common goods, but it's good to have rules, but not everybody follow the same rules. You're subject to a tax on transport infrastructure. We called it the ADP tax, Aéroport de Paris tax. You're the only airport that's subject to this tax. Should we make this frame evolve? Shouldn't the authorities work on, yes, we preserve the common goods, but following the same rules for everybody? Thank you for this question. Maybe 3 elements of response. First, the enterprise and the relevant action. The enterprise is good, has the capacity to act, the capacity to finance, and we have the agility to do so. If we are, if we apply reasoned rulings, and we also have a long-term vision. The ADP group, we're in everyday operations, but we also manage infrastructure, so we project ourselves in the long term, and it's this projection that that leads to the fact that we're connected to the common good. And that's what's important. First element of answer. The second would be we are in competition. We compete. We're subject to economic regulations in France and in Europe because for monopoly laws, but we're in real competition with other airports in the world that don't have the same constraints, even environmentally wise. So we are hindering the capacity of financing, the capacity to invest on decarbonation. So now we go back to what Amphi was saying on the contradiction between the individual interest and the need to work on the common good. And the third thing is taxes. These taxes will weigh, especially those that you mentioned, exclusively on ADP for the aero sector, and these taxes will hinder this capacity. It means that it's fine when you have 2 or 3 scratches, but if you have a lot more scratches, then every year you have to redo everything, it hurts and it weighs on the capacity to decarbonate. Thank you. Philippe Bajou. So, Philippe Bajou, so you have to make profits, okay, be profitable, faced with a competitor like Amazon, and on the other side we had the debate, should we deliver the mail every day? You have other public service missions. We talked about social cohesion, connecting people, and so it's difficult for a company, a public company, and that has a private service. That's why I was asking that we have a clear framework. But before going back on that, I would like to thank Véronique Bédag for the notion of Blue City, because in the end, with the Blue City, she perfectly illustrates part of the social common good. And the clear setting we need is a governance, whether it's local, national, or international. And that's what we ask at La Poste. It's a concrete example because, as said by the former president of the COP15, it's something that belongs to nobody, but that everybody uses. That's a common good. And so we need to have a governance over that. It exists in certain sectors like fisheries. It's the basis, that's basic. And then 3 pillars. First pillar is regulations. It's not standards there. It's to avoid predator behaviors and to avoid that some exclude others from the consumption of this common good or access to this common. It's essential. Maybe you need controls and sanctions. And the second pillar is we need to facilitate, ease, try to encourage and to adapt to the regulations, and then you need financing. And when it's a collective good, you need a collective financing. And this collective financing, after that you have all the possible solutions, but in any case, everybody has to contribute according to their means, individual means. And to go back on the missions of a public service, I think that a social common good, we can establish a link with the missions of a public service, but a social common good, it's not in a minimum service. It's not a protection net for the most vulnerable. We may have been vulnerable at one moment in our lives, and maybe we will be tomorrow. So a social common good is a common good for everyone, everybody. It's something that opens up phenomenal perspectives to be able to develop the well-being together and the well-being together, the well-living together. So the concluding words is yours, Amphi, to close this roundtable, unless there's a question. There's a question. 2 questions from the room. Very, very, very fast. After it's lunchtime, so we can have 5 minutes, so we take 5 minutes. Good morning, Philippe Caz. I would like to ask a question. You know, we heard that for developing countries it was a question of will, that there were things to do, and we're told also it's a question of technology. So do you need technology, or today is the financial will enough, the will to find financing enough to do your decarbonating activities? Were you addressing a question in particular? No? Yes? So, do you need technology or finance?
It's a sum of things. It's not one or the other. Sometimes developing countries actually, because of the lack of resources, come up with the innovations for others to adopt. but it's a mix of things. One of perhaps the learnings I've had in this journey is that there's not one journey for all. The agency, the freedom is to identify where you are in this pathway and try to create it together. Sometimes when I speak in forums with youth of African countries, and one young student from Nigeria, a country that exports more than 90% of its exports is fossil fuels. And she says to me, very nice talk, Mr. President, but what can I do in Nigeria? So perhaps the learning there is that there are not two same pathways, but we all need to learn what our pathway is. So Nigeria, Costa Rica have to understand what is the way. But there has to be a way. In the case of Nigeria, if by 2050 demand of fossil fuels decreases, they're out of the game. If they change today, they're also out of the game. So what's the option? Creating those options. It's critical, with agency, with freedom, and an understanding of that. And we lack a little bit of understanding.
Est-ce que je peux compléter? Il y a un article.
Yeah, I can add to this. There's an interesting article by Jacques Attali. I think it's in the newspaper Echo, the Echoes. He says we have to find solutions. You know where he finds the solutions? In my trade, he looks at what's happening in Africa, in terms of architecture, in terms of materials used. Exactly because of what you're saying. Let's not mistake where we find innovation today. No, I would like to add, yes, we need technology, new technologies. It can bring solutions for us, enable us to go faster, by spending less. So technology, yes, we have a need for technology, and we can also develop it ourselves. So good. My name is Galadias from CPEC. It's one of the main think tanks in Latin America. My question is for President Alvarez.
It really struck me how you said our craft is to
Pardon, il comprend le français, comme ça tout le monde comprend votre question.
It's more difficult than French for me. On the crisis of disaffiliation. It's a question, a crisis of disaffiliation, I call it, with an individualistic growth, a crisis with all the institutions, not only institutions, the trade unions, the family even. And that is a necessary condition to be able to implement the governance we need to address common good. So how do we operate? What do we do? This individualism of course, raises difficulties to reach this notion of the common goods. And the difficulty to reach common goods, it fuels the disaffiliation. 2 minutes to answer. Thank you also for the question.
You see, I don't want to impose an answer. I want to offer the best answer I have for that question, which is a question I put myself every day. When we see the world today with war, we have the resources to end up hunger, we don't do. We see the crisis in democracy. We are transitioning to a new humanity. Artificial intelligence is changing who we are as human beings. And that brings a little bit of anxiety, frustration. I see it especially in young people. What's the world is going to be of us? So what's my best answer? That's why I emphasize now on the change, but the change that we control. And what is the change that we control? If you put your hope for change, on a better world, on somebody else, you're putting your destiny on somebody else's hands. The thing that we control in life is the time we have been given with the use of our mind, our body, our soul, and our effort. And that's what we control. Many will say, that's too little, that's too few. Well, tell that to Nelson Mandela. Tell that to Martin Luther King. What was the big army they had? What was the innovative technology which changed the world? What was the finance? How many missiles they control? They control their ideas, their resilience, and their will. And that we all have. So we have to put in exercise our power of ideas, of love for change, and that we control every day. So it's moving into that direction. That's what I'm hopeful, because I know that tomorrow I have more time to keep working in what I believe in. And I also believe that I recognize others' humanity, and like me, we can agree sometimes to walk together. And that gives me hope.
Merci beaucoup pour ce message d'espoir.
Thank you for this message of hope, and this will close our round table. Because this time, well, we're out of time. Thank you.